All right, welcome everyone. What's up, Anastasia? You are muted.
Okay, there we go. Can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you today?
I am great. I
How is
am great. All
how
right.
is
Have you looked at the market anything today?
I did. I did. I actually just entered the first trade right 10 seconds before the start of our live.
Oh wow. Can I guess? Okay, let me guess. I'm gonna see. What have you entered a trade on? Let me guess. Let me do a guess. Mm, the gold?
The first hit and he gets it. Like, yes, gold.
Yeah,
How
good
did you
volatility on gold today.
I especially shifted my chart. I'm like, I'm not gonna let him cheat, and you still got the first try.
Yeah. No, because you look at gold and it's like you look at the daily and it's like, yeah, this is a couple of good moves here. Good moves and not sure are you on the lower time frames?
I'm in the lower time frame. I was riding the move to the upside yesterday. I did close it a little earlier, the previous highs. So, but that was a beautiful move. Like overnight from Monday to Tuesday, that was a giant spike to the upside. So I entered it
Yeah.
on Monday evening, and then I held it all the way to Tuesday, like beginning of London session, a little bit London. And now I'm in lower time frame, so waiting for a small short because the price did consolidate. It created a double top. It went below my volumes, and now I'm expecting a small pullback to the downside. I don't think personally it's ready yet to renew the highs. We did have their accumulation of situation, and in between the Pakistan and India yesterday as well. So
Yeah.
the move was also fueled by that. But I just read the information also that India says, well, Pakistan says that they are ready to close off and finish off the conflict if India stops attacking. So they stop their
Right.
operation.
Okay.
At least one of the sides is ready to stop this. So perhaps we're still gonna see this world a little bit existing between those two nuclear countries. So I think that we're gonna still have a little bit of a pullback for gold, but let's see.
Okay, so maybe that's why we're not seeing any like massive movements on the indices because I thought, if this situation is really going to escalate, we should see the markets becoming quite concerned. But maybe because of the fact that Pakistan said then that they're willing to take it a bit easy if India stops whatever they're doing, maybe that's a sign that the market is. I mean, look at the market. It might be a sign that they're thinking that the situation is not going to escalate. Perhaps.
Yeah, but also we do have the FOMC in the evening and the interest rate decision today. So
Yeah.
for concerning S&P 500 and US stock indices, I do think that we're most likely going to have the consolidation or barely any moves, and we're going to start seeing some movement all the way close to interest rate decision, I think.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see what the Fed has in store for us because we are, the indices has been, especially the S&P 500 has it's kind of like in between important levels. I mean, we're above this previous resistance. I thought that is obviously a very important level. We reclaimed that level. Now we have that level above, and we kind of have a potential swing top here and swing high on the daily here. So it's going to be interesting to see what the FOMC has in store. If we're going to get if we could perhaps reclaim the like 5.8 levels for the S&P 400, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
But I think
absolutely.
what everyone wants to know now is probably your gold trade. Like maybe we should probably look at that one right away and see if I should perhaps follow along on that one.
I was just about to share the FOMC, but let me share gold first, and then we're going to go to FOMC afterwards. Let me
Perfect.
share it quickly again. There we go. So gold, what I was waiting for is I was already considering sell from here, because if you look at a little bit higher time frame, well, let's high, depending, right? Jonathan, not higher for you with the swing trading, but we do have the current weekly point of control here. Although we had a huge move to the upside, right? We did have the majority of the volume traded all the way only here. So think about this. We've been running up for gold since the beginning of the week, right? And the price had been continuously going up. And then tonight, overnight, it crashed. And the majority of the volume for the whole 2.5+ days, for this whole move to the upside, was still above the price, so 34.04, which we see that the price went to the downside, it broke it, right? It created this volume, it still went above, it kept rejecting it. And throughout the night, we had the quite an important rejection of the same zone. So as long as we stay below 34.04, I'm looking for a sell. Also, beside this, if I look closer, what I'm also pay attention to is the daily point of control. And I entered when the 5-minute candle for the first time in a while closed below the point of control of the day. So this is a current daily point of control. I'm going to mark it up so everyone can see it. So that is a daily point of control. This is a weekly point of control here, this one. So let's put it blue. So that's a current weekly point of control. And this one candle here closed below it. So before we see that we had rejections, so the price was still holding above this point of control. And now it closed below it. And this one candle was information for me that, okay, we might start going down now. So I'm expecting gold's rejection between this zone. As long as we stay in this zone or below this zone, I'm going to keep holding sell. And my expectation is that if India and Pakistan can reach some kind of agreement, at least, we might see the drop of until the 33, 43, 45, somewhere here. So this is a zone that I'm aiming for. Or at least, let's say, the renewals of the slows. So my idea is that we're going to see gold going here during today somewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. Those two levels are... I mean, the trend is kind of broken here on the lower time frames as well. So I feel like that's a good retest. And if we continue lower from here, that's some really good levels right there.
Yeah, I'm also considering the fact that during the night, look at this drop, right? And just think about this. The volume all the way, only we're going only up. But nonetheless, the majority of the volume was traded above the price, which means we had a huge sellers entering the market, because the move was giant to the upside, right? It was all the way, all of this was starting from essentially this week somewhere here, right? So somewhere here, we were going to the upside continuously. And now we still have a lot of volume on the buff. So I'm expecting the sellers that enter the market during the night to keep protecting the zone. And we did break the trend, like you said, because we did have the lows. That was the last time the price was holding the low here during the night. Then we did break it. So for me, the break of the uptrend is when we renew the lows. This is what I consider the break. And this is what we see, right? The price did break it, created the lower low. And for me, it's the beginning of potentially the downtrend. And this is like a third wave that we can see, because here we had the 3-wave structure already. Now, if this is one wave for the higher time frame, then I'm expecting the other one to the downside still.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so let's see. What I wonder if... I mean, let me know in the comments, guys. What do you think about gold? What do you think about shorting gold here? It's definitely an interesting perspective that Anastasiia has here with that short, and I think it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Let's make a poll.
Yeah, let's make a poll on that.
Lots of people say that it's definitely long and it's only going up. Let's see who of you are shorting and buying gold.
Yeah, I want to see that. Set up a poll here.
Hey everyone. Hey Harash, good to see you. Sarina is here with us today. Claudio is here. Claudio says long-term long, short-term short. Kavika says gold is so bullish. Yeah, you may be right. Well, it is bullish if you are looking at a very high time frame. I mean, 4 hours daily, it's definitely bullish, right? So what I'm looking at now is not to buy gold and hold it long term. I'm looking for the intraday and perhaps even the first half of a day on the London session kind of move.
I'm just setting up the poll here for asking if you are bullish or bearish short term. I'm more interested in people's view short term. So let's see. I'm setting up that poll right now. So make sure you go in there and check out the poll in the comment section on YouTube. Also, make sure that you stick around, you hit that like and subscribe and stick around, because later, closer to the end of the live stream, we're going to have Mickey, the CEO of Trade the Poll Trading, and Saul, the CEO of the 5ers. We're finally going to see who's the best. Who's the best of the two? The battle of the CEOs. That's going to be really cool. That's going to be a really fun trading challenge that we got going on a bit later.
I mean, everyone was waiting for this. It's a high time to see it. It's a high time to check who is going to win this battle.
Definitely. So we got about 50-50 on the gold being short. I like the idea of shorting here. Let's see if I can pull up my screen and do some analysis on this as well. Let's see.
Yeah, you do, and then I'm gonna pull up my future screen as well, and also show how it is from that perspective.
Right, okay, so we have, this is gold. I'm trying to use my trackpad here, see if it works, if it's any good. Okay, so gold. Now on the daily, the levels that I'm looking at here on the daily is definitely going to be, let's see, where are those? It's going to be, we got one level right here that I like. All right, so that's the daily level. I'm looking, like, if we're going to short it, I think that's the area I want to take profit. And then we go and look at the 4 hour. It aligns with the 4 hour as well. But here we have, if that level is going to get front run, I'm thinking maybe it's going to be that level. Then we have that breakout level. I'm just going to mark out this whole level right here. Okay, going into the lower time frames, we're going to look at I think we can go to the 15-minute here. So what I'm thinking with the 15-minute is we kind of have got this trend here. And that trend has broken. We had the initial retest of this zone here. We broke that trend as well. I've got a support zone here. Because I think for me, the trade for me on gold would probably look like this, where I want to wait for this level to break. I'd probably just take TP down here, say front run this whole area. You also see that it's a very good reaction to this level here. So you have first is retesting that level. I don't want the TP to be below these two lows here. And I don't want to go short here before we actually have a break to the downside. So I would probably be looking at something like this for short on gold. I'm going to be putting some alerts down here. But very, very cautious on a trade like this.
I'm looking at futures as well for gold.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's see if we find anything interesting on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Where is my chart? Where did it go?
Let me know, guys. Let me know in the comments if make sure that you go in and vote. We're literally like 50. I'm gonna end the poll right now, and the result is, yeah, it's 50-50. It's literally just 50-50. People are, yeah.
I feel like the polls are always around 50-50.
Yeah, especially on gold. But I think also, you know, if we would say, if we would give a long setup, then it most would be probably go with long. Because right now I feel like the 50% that agrees with us, they agree with our analysis, and the rest look at the higher time frames. So if we would say like, okay, we're going long here on the lower time frames, we would probably have like 70% saying yes, go long. So I think it's like, I don't think a lot of, like, not everyone is voting based on their own analysis. I think we're kind of, they're definitely being affected by the analysis that we're doing. Because honestly, you know, like people look at this and like, oh, that's a great analysis. That's a great analysis. I probably agree with that long. But then you zoom out, then like now I'm looking for a short setup. But if I remove all of this and we instead flip it and we start looking for a long setup, I could say something like this. Okay, so we have that low. We draw a fib from that low to this high. Now we add the reload zone right here, and we see that price came down and it bounced on the reload zone, and it's right now testing the 0.618. So if this 0.618 level can hold as support, I would think that a trade like this, god damn it, now it's running lower. Okay, the short is probably the best. I'm gonna, okay, Control Z. Let's go back. Let's add all the, come on, let's remove that one. Let's add all the short tools again. Where is it? Okay, here we go.
Forget about it.
Yeah, forget about the long. Let's remove that. You know, have you seen the movie Men in Black where they have that pen and it's like flashing? Wish I had one of those. I can remove the memory of everyone's watching here. Okay, so the short setup is definitely in play here. This looks great. I'm definitely going to be looking to enter a trade here for that short.
Yeah, I'm already
nice. If I can pull up my MetaTrader here. Or you go into futures.
Yep.
Look at this, and okay, so where's my lines? I want to enter a position here.
I'm gonna show you guys a short on futures for a moment. Well, Jonathan, you entered the position, right?
Yeah.
So why I was shorting as well is because we see how the price was climbing up, and lots of volume was traded right here. So we have multiple cluster volumes in this one area. We also have several ones here. So if I place my volume profile over them, we're going to have several zones where the majority of the volume was traded overnight. And if I mark them up, we will see that lots of those are above the price. So this is where we are. This zone, this is a little bit too high. Now this one was already traded a lot. So this is where it was volume already covered because we see the consolidation. This one I don't take in the account. And the last one I take in the account here. And this is the zone that I also expect the price to potentially bounce back from. So if the price drops here, I might see this there as the exit from the short. But right now we are below this cluster volumes. We are below the point of control of the week. And this blue line right here is a developing point of control of the week, the dynamic one, which also moved above the price just recently when I entered sell. So we see that it was below the price. So it was acting as a support for the price. And for the first time since yesterday, it shifted above the price right here, which is also my sign for the trend shift. When the developing point of control shifts the direction, the position compared to the price, it means that either bears or bulls are taking the control over the market. So right here, as we had a lot of bullish momentum and we had buyers supporting the price, so the volume, dynamic volume was below the price, which means they were supporting the trend, they were buying and pushing the price higher, and now it shifted above, which is potentially a sign that sellers are taking control over their current market situation. So I'm expecting at least a drop for like previous lows here, which is approximately 168 ticks, and then I'll see how the price reacts when we get here. So that's futures.
All right, looking good. I got filled on my short. Here we guys here. That's the level with the limit sell right here. So I have a fairly tight stop loss right here, but if this level is the resistance, then I'm hoping that price will continue lower. So that's the trade that I'm in currently on gold. Is it a good idea to short here? Considering the high time frames, like you gotta be very careful shorting gold here, considering what it looks like on the high time frame. So I'm going to switch to trading view instead. It's much easier to see the actual structure of everything. I mean, if you zoom out to the daily, it's not. If I can get rid of all of this on the daily. Why can't I? I mean, if you look at the daily, it's like it's shorting after like that retest right there. Is that a good idea? Not really, but it aligns with the lower time frame. So sometimes you have to be careful when trading against the higher time frames, and you have to be mindful of that. So on this trade here, for example, when you're trading against the higher time frames, you might want to take profits a little bit quicker. You might want to be a little bit more aggressive with invalidation. So if price starts spiking to the upside and shows that this level where I entered is not the right level, we can go into the lower time frames and you see that price on the 5 minute it looks like a fake out. On the 1 minute it looks like a good break and retest. But price should not really go higher, in my opinion, than this level right here. So the breakout area or the retest area is somewhere around here. And if price just spikes straight up to the upside, I better exit this position, because then the most likely the higher time frames are in control here again. But we'll see. It's we got the FOMC coming up later today, and usually before the hours before the FOMC, the markets are quite slow. It's like they're waiting for something to happen, and I'm thinking we might see something like that happening today as well. You know what? We forgot to run your intro. Let's run your intro. It's been 30 minutes. It's a good time to run your intro. See you soon. All right, we're back, and we're currently losing money on gold. Well, it's not. We're not really losing money. Because it's not realized, right?
I'm still
Oh, really? Okay, so you got a much better entry than me then.
Yeah, I entered earlier.
Yeah, you entered because you anticipated the move to downside. That's a difference between you and I. You enter when you think something might happen, and I wait for something to actually happen, and that's why a lot of times you're going to get better entries than me, I think.
But I do agree with you. If it breaks this highs on the 1 minute time frame, I'm also going to be exiting it. If it breaks and holds above the highs. Because my point is that it should be holding now this volume that it is in right now, and it shouldn't be going much higher. than this. Again, like a lot of people are saying different opinions in the comments. You guys are saying different, it's like how you see gold and everything. I think it's just about what you see is happening, and if it aligns with your bias, you enter the trade. If it doesn't, you just don't, and that's about it. Like, so
Yes, definitely.
that's what I'm going to be doing as well. The buy on gold, I agree, that was a beautiful buy in the beginning of the week. So right now, let's see if it's going to give us direction or not.
I think we got a very interesting trend line area going through this current downtrend right here. So I think on the lower timeframes, gold really does look like it could potentially move lower. So we'll see what happens here throughout the session. Let's see if we have anything interesting happening on Euro USD. And this is interesting on the 1 minute, but we should probably start with the higher time frames. Guys, let me know in the comments right now if you have any specific chart request, anything you want us to take a look at. Maybe you're in a trade yourself. Maybe you want to share what that is, and we can look at that trade. So on the daily, Euro USD is in range. 4 hour, nothing. 1 hour. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to switch. I'm not going to look at Euro USD. It's incredibly boring. Bitcoin on the 1 hour has a nice move to the upside. 4 hour looking very strong. This is, Bitcoin is looking very strong. I don't really see a trade here though. USD JPY. Let's take a look at USD JPY. I still have a small position on this one. I've exited most of this position. Still have a small position on this one, but
you're holding the buy still.
Yeah.
It's the same from the last week.
Yeah, but it's just a small position still, and I'm gonna close this if it gets below previous daily low. But I wanna hold it open because it makes no sense closing a small position like this one ahead of FOMC. If FOMC is gonna act as a catalyst to move higher, the upside potential here is much higher than what I'm going to lose.
It does look really good for the buy.
Yeah, I think. If you look at the weekly as well, it's just at an area where it should act as support this level. So yeah.
Yeah, unless something really, really outstanding happens, but I don't think they're gonna lower the rates today as well, which means that USD should gain strength normally if they keep the rates high. And right now, despite the Trump wanting to cut the rates, we do have the probability of rates being held much higher, and also their investors are decreasing the expectations of rates being cut even later this year, like already in September. So I'm going to shift to, this is a FOMC Fed Watch tool that I use. It shows how many hours and minutes we have, or days potentially we have until the next FOMC meeting. So this is really good to track it. And we have the current target at 42 for 4.25 for 50, and we have 96 almost % probability that the rate will hold. And usually this thing is right. So there is a very, very small chance, like about 4% chance, that the rate is going to be cut, which means if it's going to be hold, then USD JPY, your position, Jonatan, might look really, really good after today's FOMC meeting later. And we already have the next decisions in June, which we also have the 70% probability the rate is not going to change. And even in July, we have, in July, we still have the probability that it might change. But until the next, 2 meetings, we are expected to see the rate being held. So yeah, USD JPY looks really, really good. Actually, if it gives me the entry point, I might join the party today.
Yeah, it's definitely from the higher time frames. I quite like it. It's a rather slow, and I'm not looking for the swing positions I have. I'm not really looking much on the charts. I'm just setting my alerts and letting the alerts do its thing. Another Another pair I'm watching is USD CAD. I do think USD CAD looks like it's in a very good area. I've marked out a potential entry, potential setup here that I'm waiting for. We just need to see a break of structure. It's clearly still in a downtrend here, but if we can. As long as we just get above this level, I'm gonna have one alert here. I'm gonna put one alert here as well. Then this is a possible trade that I'm watching for USD CAD, and might with FOMC might see some catalyst from that event. What else do we have? Let's see, Euro GBP hitting an interesting area here. See if I can remove these ranges. Euro GBP recently had a big shift in the structure. Had a trend line area here. You can see that it went above this descending trend line. Now it recently hit that 0.618. So yeah, I'm liking this for potential longs on Euro GBP, but I think what I want to see here would be like a reclaim this level first. We got the CEOs coming on for a trading battle later in the session. The schedule for today should be all in the description of this video. Yeah, so Euro GBP, I got my alerts up here for a potential trade. But overall, I think it's a rather low market. This is a chart that I haven't looked at in a while, but I remember marking out this potential resistance and range, and obviously wish I would have sold that one, but didn't really get any clear confirmation on that.
This is EURUSD.
Yeah. Because look at the weekly, it's been trading above this level, and very usually it's not going to stay above here for very long. This is the monthly chart, and yeah, so Euro AUD right now I'm not sure about the downside because it's testing a pretty good support level right here, so this might actually be a possible long on Euro AUD. But I would say there's a few setups forming here that I'm interested in for sure.
Gold is going really good. I'm going to shift quickly to my chart.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to pull up yours for a second until I share mine. And this is what I currently see. One sec. There we go. So gold retested the point of control of this move to the downside. So this volume that I have put on my chart, it's evaluates how the volume was distributed from all the way on the top of this 1 minute time frame move all the way to the bottom. And we see that the point of control of this whole movement aligns with the daily point of control. So it's right here, so it is 393 on futures. And we also have this zone, which is the value area zone of this downwards movement. As long as we stay below it, is good for a short. But what is really also good from my perspective is that we rejected this daily point of control, and we are now again below the value area low of this impulsive move on 1 minute time frame. So this is a value area low, and this is my sign of also seeing the gold dropping potentially. So I feel like we are really, really good after this rejection, and that we are now close below it, and the price is trying to hold. So it even tried to push back up one more time, and then sellers again stepped in and returned the price lower. So I feel like this one is going really, really good. I actually added to my position once again now.
Oh, you added to your position?
added.
I'm in with full risk, so I can't really add anything more here. But yeah, it's looking really good. I like that if I go to my screen, it did hit that. This is why I really like having that reload zone on, because when you have a big move to the downside, usually this will be the best area for an entry. And I remember when I traded more actively using the reload zone in the past, I always tried to have my entries inside here. So the entry would be on the 0.236, and then stop loss would be above the last local high. The reason why I stopped doing this was because very often price would go up, take out that high, and then run to the downside. But the risk to reward is just incredible. And you can even, when scalping, you can even just take profits at the very low, and it's still going to be a 2R trade. But it has a fairly low win rate because you're entering very close to invalidation. So it has a lower win rate, but the risk to reward is quite high. But when the reload zone is complemented with a horizontal support and resistance, it's even better. So if the low would be down here, and then price comes up into that reload zone complement with the breakdown level, I think that those are the best entries. But yeah, things are definitely looking good here.
Jonathan, what is a reload zone exactly?
Okay, so reload zone, it's just a fancy word for a specific fib area. So it's, if you go into settings here, we can look at, it's the 0.618, the 0.786, and the 0.702. So this is an important level because it's so the 0.618 is obviously a very important fib level, but the area below, a lot of times price will go slightly lower than the 0.618, and this is actually an area that is I don't know if it's like that today, but I know in the past a lot of algorithms, a lot of hedge funds, etc., using algorithms to place long-term buy orders usually look at this level. I think also that's where ICT also got the idea of the OTE, the optimal trade entry. So let me just look that up to really confirm that. I'm gonna look up ICT OTE. Okay, so for those of you out there saying like, oh, everything ICT does is original, it's not, but I'll show you. I show you why this is the case. Okay, so his OTE level 1. Okay, so this is quite funny, right? The OTE level 1 is 0.62, which is basically the same as 0.618. Okay, so we can add that. We can add 0.62. Can add that right here.
That literally doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, and it doesn't change anything. It's the same level. It's the same level. And then the OTE level 2 is, we make that yellow as well, 0.705. Again, same level. Does not change anything. All he does is like just add a couple of numbers to try to make it unique. And then the optimal trade entry, according to ICT, is the 0.79, which is that one right here. So when ICT talks about the optimal trade entry, what he's really talking about is the reload zone. And why is the reload zone the correct way of doing it? Is because the OTE levels are not fib numbers. They are not fib numbers. These, however, well, I believe that the 0.618 is a fib number. Of course, we know that's a fib number. I believe that the 0.786 is a fib number as well. The 0.702 is not a fib number, however. I don't think it's a fib number because it's right in it's just a midpoint between these numbers. But the reload zone comes from, I learned it from my mentor back in 2017, and he learned it from his mentor that was trading on the floor of the CME back in the 70s. And they talked about the reload zone. And the reason why the reload zone is so effective, and I believe ICT just took the reload zone and renamed it to OTE and changed a couple of numbers, but it doesn't matter. It works exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing. Now, why is the reload zone important? Well, you can look at maybe Euro NCD. And then on all the major moves, you can go to the monthly. Now I might be completely wrong here. Maybe not the monthly. Maybe it's the daily. So on a lot of these sharp moves to the downside, where you have a very, very strong reaction to certain levels, will a lot of times happen on the 0.618 or inside the reload zone. So we can look at, now obviously it can't be equal lows. Here you have a low, and that's an equal low, and then price slightly goes lower, and then this one. So this is like a support zone. Obviously, that's not going to be a viable place to look for a reload zone. The reload zone a lot of times needs to happen in a trending market, where each of the higher lows or in a downtrend, lower highs will a lot of times happen within the reload zone. So what you first want to do to test this is you want to look at a trend. We can, for example, we can look at that bounce and that one, and we can add the reload zone. See that it fits perfectly within that level. And not only does it test almost perfectly the 0.786, it also comes down and retests the 0.702. It's a very good play with these levels. And I believe we're going to see something similar happening right here as well. So when you add it, yes, you see price coming down into the midpoint of the 0.702 and also creating sort of a double bottom on the mid zone of that reload zone. And if we zoom in and we look at this local trend right here, I would say that as long as it's not equal lows, most of these bounces right here might actually happen within the reload zone. But now I'm trying to just pick examples, which is obviously never a good thing. But these are two good examples. And one way that I'm trading the reload zone is to trade based on these levels also on the lower time frames. So for example, one way could be to see a W within the reload zone, either something like that, and then we would want to have the neckline of the W being around this level, or we could see something like this. And then the retest of the 0.618 would act as a good level. So here, for example, we have price coming down into the reload zone, and it's forming a double bottom. We can go into the lower time frame, so you can go to the 4-hour. See that we have sort of a double bottom, and we see that price obviously likes reacting to the 0.618 here. So one way that I would trade this is to wait for a break and retest on this level right here, with stops below here or even the midpoint, but something like that. So that would be my entry. And given the fact that these levels are based on the high time frame fib, the high time frame reload zone, and these are the long reload zone. The long reload zone is created in an uptrend, but you also have the Fibonacci extensions as bearish fibs. For that, I want to look at the short reload zone from that high, that low, and then you see that this is the short reload zone, It aligns nicely with
that's a target. You would use this.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be the target where you're getting in on a lower time frame, like an idea that might be validated on the lower time frames, but your target would be based on the higher time frame fib. So we'll see what we get here.
You're waiting for the correction size on a certain percentage on the smaller time frame, and then you target the higher time frame, this specific percentage size, for the correction on the higher time frame to be over, basically.
Exactly. And then you can see if we can find.
So good. And like a couple of years ago, when Trump was actually the first term president on S&P 500, I had a couple of different numbers, but that was all my whole strategy actually, without anything else. This was good times. This was really good.
I just want to comment this. Someone's saying TradingView traders. Well, okay, so we have trades open right now on gold, and it's looking pretty good. For those of you who think we are only trading on TradingView, we are of course doing our actual trading within MetaTrader on our accounts at the 5ers, but the analysis for the trades are of course done on TradingView, because TradingView is just much better to show here in the live stream.
That was a very
Trump's first presidency. That was some crazy price action.
That was really good.
But I wanted to just continue with this one. We'll see. We see here that would be the that would be the entry. So what we want to see here is we want to see a break above that level. So yeah, right now maybe okay. So this is obviously. I would most likely not be filled on this one. But what's interesting here is when you have a move like this outside the high time frame reload zone, what I like to do is I like to add a reload zone or a fib on this move as well. So I'm going to wait for a top to come in on this one. So that's obviously the top right here. That we put the fib on the low to the high. Now look at like this is where the magic happens, right? Before I add this, I just want to tell you, like, when you have a confluence of a high time frame 0.618 with a low time frame 0.618, where the low time frame 0.618 is created from a move that originated from the higher time frames, it's going to look like this, and it's just absolutely beautiful. So from that low to that high, now look at the confluence here. The two blue lines align perfectly. So that's the high time frame 0.618 and the low time frame 0.618. That's where you get the really, really good entry and where you have what's called a fib confluence. Now, honestly, I don't think price is going to go all the way down here. And in cases where you have very strong momentum, you want to add the 50% as well, because a lot of times this whole area gets front run by hitting the 50% instead. So let's see how this plays out. So right there on that filled right there on the 50, and then price goes up to the most likely goes up to the 0.618. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so okay, it's not ranging. I would probably have exited this trade, right? But we know because we know what the higher time frames are doing here. We know that eventually it's going to come up and test that 0.618, and it does so almost perfectly right there. Another thing which is really good of using good way of using the 0.618 or the reload zone is I have a template here that's called the RLZ to RLZ. And basically what it does is it adds the extension reload zone. And what we're seeing here is something really, really interesting happening. So the low time frame fib is confluent with the high time frame 0.618. And here you see that the midpoint of the extension reload zone is confluent with that one right there. So basically what you would do is one trade from the long reload zone up to the extension reload zone, like that. It's very simple, and especially when they align with the higher time frames, it adds a very good confidence. And it's a very easy way of trading. Very easy way of trading. Should do it more often. I really like that. Okay, let's look at gold. What are we seeing on gold? Okay, so right now gold is looking very good. Why do not I not? Okay, it's a replay. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, okay, so our trade on gold is looking really good. I'm gonna move my stops down, so let me share MetaTrader. All right, I will move my stops down to right below that low, so it's gonna be a tiny loss if this happens. I'm gonna move my TP to that wick as well, or I can front run the high time frame level.
It might pull back now a little bit.
Yeah, probably. But so far, it's looking pretty good on gold.
Yeah, it is looking really good. It just reached the value area low of like dynamic level on the daily. So it might pull back, but it is still very much bearish and it's looking really, really good. I'm going to be also looking to maybe exit around 33.74 on futures. So it's what is it on CME? It's on the previous lows, but the double bottom that you have, a little bit lower than you, probably. About the same level.
We should do it like we should do a boxing match between Mikey and Saul. That would be fun. Like rent a stadium in Dubai and do like we should yeah, that would be fun. Like invite all the different CEOs of all the different prop firms out there and like do a boxing competition. Nah, okay, maybe not. That would be very fun though. It'd be very, very fun. Well, let's stick to trading though. Let's see. Let's stick with trading first.
Where does it suddenly come from?
I'm
looking somewhere, you know, like would be cool to do a boxing competition between the CEOs of different brokers.
Yeah, no, I was just watching. I was watching some message here from Alex. So he wanted to know when the battle was on, and then I thought, Abe from the community manager said something about a fight between Saul and Mickey. I'm like, it's not a fight, but we could do a fight. Be fun. They're not gonna be up for it though. Please share your valuable feedback on my question. Where is the question? Do we have a question?
Here is a question. I saw it already before. So Banra is asking that the feedback on his trading system. And I saw already in this discussion in the comment that someone says it doesn't make sense. Someone says it does make sense. I'd say that everything that makes you profits consistently and it's been proven to consistently be profitable long term does make sense. And someone was also skeptical that you have the win rate, that you have about 7 to 9 trades on 3-minute time frame per month, which is quite possible, right? You have a very specific like pattern that has been formed in the market, which perhaps only is shown 7 to 9 times a month, which is completely normal, right? I think which is a great that you have this data. I'd say that I personally I can't really give you a feedback on what is your improvement. I would say that anything that you want to improve, let's say you want to improve the risk to reward because you have 1 to 1.5 on average, right? Let's say you want to improve this. Well, or maybe you want to try to improve your win rate, you know? Anything that you want to improve, I would say that first test it on the back testing and see how it was proving itself over some time on the data, on the past data. So let's say you want to implement and try to test maybe a higher win rate, right? See how much it improves your overall your risk to reward. Let's say you want to improve, right? You want to extend 1 to 2 instead of 1.2, 1.5. Try to do it and see how it affects the win rate, because maybe you're going to have the lower win rate if you're going to extend the risk to reward, but maybe overall you're going to have a better profitability, and maybe it's going to pay off, and maybe not. But anything you want to improve on, right, I think you should test on the previous data that you already have collected. And you can also test your stop loss or take profit sizes. Maybe you can optimize this. but definitely stick to something that is working, because your strategy right now is working, right? It is profitable. Mathematically saying it should be profitable, which is really, really good. Not a lot of people actually have something which is profitable long-term, on even 50 to 60% win rate, right? Not a lot of people have it. So stick to it and try to improve it, but not live, but on the past data as well, and see if it does make sense. And definitely don't listen to anyone who says that it doesn't make sense. I think everything that makes you profit consistently makes sense, even if someone else doesn't understand it. What do you think, Jonatan?
Well, I think really we can't really these numbers look good, but I mean we can't really help with what to improve based on these numbers. I mean, if these are your numbers and that's your results, then you have nothing to improve. Nothing to improve. Just continue doing what you are doing. Why would you want to improve something that is profitable? If it's profitable, don't change anything. Like even a small profitability in the world of funding firms will make you a lot of money. So don't change anything if you're profitable. However, what I would like to know is, are these stats, like how long? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Like how long have you been trading with these stats? If you say 2 weeks, then that means nothing. You got to have at least a couple of months. That's to say 6 months. If you're able to pull this off for the next 6 months, don't change anything. But what I would also do, of course, is get a trading journal. We have had the CEO of the founder of Edgewonk on here several times. Very good trading journal. There's also other trading journals like TradeSella. Check it out. It has automatic trade imports. You can track all the metrics. You can make notes. You can all of that. I think if you want to improve, that's where you should start looking at improvements. Just like Anastasiia said, look at your past data.
I just think everything that we want to improve first needs to be tested if it makes sense. It might look like improvement, and overall it's going to make it worse than better if adding or removing something that has not been tested appropriately before. So if this data is based on real trades from the last 4 months, I would say take this whole 4 months of journal that you have, and if you want to improve something first, test it out on this trade. See how they would play out if you would extend your take profit or would cut a little bit of your loss. So backtest your average size of stop loss and take profit, and I would start there, because maybe this is a way to improve your risk to reward, right? And make it a little bit more profitable as well. But for the rest, I think it's great numbers and you should stick with it.
Yep, that's it. Okay, so make journal after a trade. This data is based on real trades of last 4 months. Well, okay, so you have nothing to improve. Like you have nothing to. If you tell me that I got a win rate of 20, I lose money consistently, what can I improve? And then we can talk. But if you say like I get a 6% win rate, I make this and that, I win most of my trades, I make money, I'm consistently profitable for the last 4 months, like yeah, got nothing to improve. Just continue doing whatever you're doing. It's amazing results right there.
Yeah.
What's the highest scaling target? 4 million. We have people with the highest amount. We have. I can't disclose obviously how many and all of that, because that's company blah 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 things. I guess that's the way to put it. But yeah, we have had people hitting max funding at 4 million, and we have people being funded with 4 million. So it's very possible. Very possible.
William is asking about the next goal target. William, are you referring to futures numbers, or are you referring to the CFDs? On the futures, it looks like this. So I have the target at 33.74.5. Right here, I have the target at 33.69.5. So there is a very high chance that I'm going to be closing my goals around this zone when we get here. So it's about halfway to the first target right now. And I might leave the small position opened to see if we can reach this zone here. So the next zone is about this here, 33.45 to 33.38 levels. But I might close it all here if I'm gonna get the reaction, so might not hold it further. It's about halfway to my first target now.
Okay, so maybe not a CEO boxing match, but definitely like a traders boxing tournament. They already have the crypto fight night, but they do not have the Forex fight night. Is it okay? Forex fight night. All right, I see that. That Words of Wisdom guy posted something on Twitter. That was 2 years ago, though. They do have Crypto Fight Night, but they do not have Forex Fight Night. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Yeah, we're not like I'm not gonna join though. I'm not gonna do well. Let's see.
Pressure. I mean, it is a lot of pressure trading on the competitions, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, red place. I know about bookmark, not my thing though. And completely didn't find a use in it in myself. But if you trade the heat maps, sure, it might be your thing. I trade on Aras platform mainly, and this is how it looks. But again, I don't use the heat map, so I cannot evaluate what you need for your trading specifically. This is how it looks now. This zone here is a value area of the day, the dynamic value area. This is a value area low right now, and this is where it's rejecting from. And I'm expecting the price to maybe pull back to this small consolidation here and the dynamic level of the day as well, and then go down. So might even add another position if it pulls back a little higher. I have my pending order right here for the smaller risk. So I'm thinking about adding one more position for gold before the final run. But if you're looking for the entry now, someone is saying I'm looking for the entry. Mario, you should be looking for your own setup, not ours. Ours is already running, and it's never a good idea to join someone else's trade afterwards when it's like already halfway somewhere. And in general, just it's not financial advice, right? So analysis, do your own analysis before making any decisions.
I'm gonna send Saul instructions on how to warm up and stretch fingers, because we need him to be alert, warmed up, and ready for some scalping action. Because you know what, we can't lose this. We cannot lose this.
No, that would be too bad.
That would be catastrophic. I mean, yeah, Saul can't lose this. And if he does lose this, we have to make sure that he never forgets. We'll have to do, if, oh man, we got to do like this. This could be really fun. Really, you're in the comments chilling another prop firm. Not a good idea. Not a good idea, man. It's not gonna help you much.
The prop firm which was mentioned is actually not able to pay his traders, but this is a different story.
Oh yeah, that's different story.
Yeah, that's a different story. In general, any prop firm that constantly has a discounts might not be a good idea. You might start thinking, why they're doing this? What's the reason behind it?
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is not a VWAP. This is a dynamic value area. This is not a VWAP.
Dynamic value area, and that's based on volume, is it?
Yeah, it's all based on volume.
Okay, so it's like almost like a Bollinger Bands, but it's like the midpoint is the point of control.
Yeah, so it's you can say that it looks like this, essentially the value area is 70% of the total volume, right? So the dynamic value area is where the 70% of the total volume is being traded now, and it's moving together with the volume that is traded in the market, depending on their bids or asks that are executed. And if the volume goes down, the value area also goes down and supporting the downtrend, because usually if the volume goes down, it means that it's pushing the price down as well. The value area high is a higher boundary of the 70% value area. The lower is the lower boundary, and the midpoint is a point of control, dynamic point of control, where the maximum volume is moving throughout the day. So it's a completely different calculation, but it kind of looks similar, yeah. So no, this is the point of control from the volume profile. I do use TPO, but also only single prints. So those things are the single prints of the TPO, but my calculations are made based on volume profile, not the TPO. Yep, you can use it for the swing points as well. Yeah, you can use it differently. You can use to trade from the boundaries when the price is within the boundaries of the value area. You can also trade it when it goes outside of the value area, and depending on your trading method, you can apply it on different timeframes, because it's simply based on the market auction theory, right? So the high time frame, obviously, you're gonna have bigger boundaries, bigger volume amounts. Smaller time frames, smaller. You're gonna have the smaller potentials as well of the move. But essentially, it can be applied everywhere because it's the same principle of price formation.
Okay, could you explain your setup? Okay, maybe you could explain your gold setup, and then I will explain my gold setup.
Yeah, well, for this, I would need to shift back the trading view, and then futures is because it's pretty much enough. And there are different add-ons to this, but it's based on the following. So we go to the high time frame, well, higher, let's say 15-minute time frame. What we will see is that the price has been going up consistently, and I'm gonna hide the drawings to make it easier. There we go. So the price has been going up for the beginning of the week, and then what caught my attention in the beginning of today's trading day is that the price went crazy down right on the market opening after the overnight layover, and it wasn't able to break the level 3404 since then. 3404 is also became the point of control of the week, which means the majority of the volume was traded there. And what caught my attention is that for the whole time we've been going up, and since then, the majority of the volume is still above the price, which means we have very big sellers entering the market at 3404. I was expecting the price to be held and the sellers to protect this level, which we see that has been happening since the morning. I was thinking about entry here, but it was looking quite risky. Well, I didn't take the risk. So I took my entry when I saw that the price broke the point of control of the day. So I was my entry, I was thinking about this here. I entered here when the price broke and closed below the point of control of the day. And my zone of entry was the point of control of the day to the point of control of the week. Since the whole volume was above, I was expecting this to protect this price from going up and hold it from going up. And since then, I've been adding to my position. So right now, my another entry just got activated. We see that also on the smaller time frame. What is really nice is that on the whole move to the downside here, we had the point of control on 33.93, the value area between 33.87 and higher, and the price has been holding this zone. So my whole setup is based on where the volume is, and you can simplify it to the point that majority of the volume is above, however you turn it. And I'm expecting the sellers who were entering the trades there, who caused the volume, to keep protecting the zone and push the price lower. That's the setup.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Good stuff. Let's let me break down my trade. Do it in let me do it in trading view.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So the first thing, I guess it's mostly based on it's mostly based on this one right here, where you have this uptrend, and that uptrend is breaking into a local downtrend on the 15-minute, and then we looked into the lower time frames, and we saw that price was nicely within this level right here. I remember saying that if price breaks below this level, I want to short it down to this level. And looking at the 1 minute, when we had that move to the downside, that's when I entered my limit. And yeah, I placed pending sell orders here. I think I have my stop loss up here. And that's basically it. It's just a simple market structure trade where you have an uptrend, sideways, downtrend. Then you have this level right here, and I'm assuming the trend to continue to the downside next to the next level below. This is very, very simple just price action analysis here. And now what we're seeing on price action is it's breaking down here, and now it's coming up and retesting this level right here. And this is where I want to start adding my reload zone. You can see that the 0.618 is confluent with that area. Now, just as we had a test of the reload zone here, I said I don't want price to go above this area. Now I do not want price to go below this area, above this area. And if we break below these lows, I can move my stop loss into profit above this level. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was expecting this pullback. No,
you were expecting it.
Yeah. It was a value area low on the dynamic value area low of the day.
Yeah, I mean prices very rarely go down in a straight line, and we see that we had heavy momentum to the downside. Eventually, it's going to start retesting those areas.
Guys been asking about S&P 500 and Nasdaq. Jonatan, you covered S&P 500 slightly in the beginning of the session, didn't you?
Yeah. So if you have any questions on any accounts or anything like that, reach out to support. They're going to help you out. If it's disabled, it might be a mistake, or it's because of some rules or whatever. So make sure that you reach out to support, and they will help you out. So the S&P 400 is, I would say, neutral to bullish. It's bullish because it managed to reclaim this level. It's more neutral because it never reclaimed that level above. On an intraday perspective, we're in this range right here, and I see a few interesting levels. So first one we got here, and then the level below as a white line right here. So on the intraday, yeah, I'm not sure. It's a bit complicated.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm expecting it to stay in this range until the FOMC meeting. If you look at it at a 30-minute time frame or 1 hour time frame, it's not doing anything.
But I don't know. Like I'm looking at the 5-minute here, and I'm kind of. It has quite, we got quite clear boundaries here on the lower time frame. So if I add a range here, I think this is. I mean, I think this is easily tradable on the S&P 400. When do we have the FOMC? It's tonight at 8. Okay, so I think we have a very clearly defined range here, and if we continue to trade within this range leading into the US Open, I believe trading the breakout in either direction here is a good move. If you have a break to the upside, you go long. Break to the downside, you go short. So I think when you have a clearly defined range like this on the indices, a break in either direction could be a signal to get in on that breakout.
Trying to sell S&P 500 yesterday, and I finally ended up closing it break even because it was barely moving anywhere. So I ended up ranging. I think still we're gonna range. I'm gonna turn on my screen, okay? So I was selling it yesterday here, and it was here actually, and it was like in profit, and then it was consolidated, and I closed the break even, and then it went to my take profit, of course, like it always happens, but it was slightly too late for me to hold it already in the evening. But what we see here now is that I'm personally waiting for the price to stay in this range until FOMC. And now if it pulls back on FOMC all the way here, I'm going to be looking for a buy. So about 55.65 to 55.50. So this is a zone for a buy for me if it's going to pull back here. Perhaps depending on the price action, because FOMC can move it really fast. But if it's going to close below here and if it gives a pullback, I might sell it towards the zone first before buying it. So I might look for both entries. Now with a buy from the current zones, it might be a little tricky because if you look at the high time frame, we will see that we are quite stuck in the same range as before. So we'll see that we are here at approximately same zones. And this was the point of control of the month of March. And this is where the price started to consolidate. So this whole zone here is pretty much the volume which attracted the price like a magnet, and it's been consolidating ever since then there. So going up, it might be really tricky because we don't really have the clear like boundary. Maybe if it breaks only this here, then we can, but here is nothing pretty much that the price can, act as a like a resistance that can be broken for the price. So I see the very good opportunity for a sell if depending on the price action, of course here, but if we break the current monthly point of control of May and the weekly point of control and give the pullback, then might sell again towards the same zone and then looking for a buy here back from FOMC. But it's gonna depend on FOMC, of course, and it's gonna depend what is going to happen before that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place my penning, like my alert about 56, probably 25. Let's see. So I want the price to clearly break this zone before I'm gonna make a decision to sell it again. So that's probably gonna be it. So I'm placing my alert here, and maybe I'm not expecting it to happen before New York or maybe even before the FOMC itself. And to be quite honest with you, Nasdaq looks exactly the same. I was choosing between those two yesterday, and S&P looked a little bit better, but not to say much. We are also in the same range. It looks like potential head and shoulders, but I don't trust this kind of head and shoulders before FOMC for indices. Looks quite similar also. If we break through, we might see the buy here and the retest. And then on the high time frame also doesn't look too good anywhere here. If it breaks through, I wouldn't know where to buy it because it's the same range that we got stuck in. This is the zone probably that I'm going to be targeting afterwards. But those are the two setups that I'm going to be looking for. Basically the breakthrough, the close below the volume, maybe a pullback if it gives it, and the sell if it gives an opportunity, then a buy here. And then those are going to be my targets from here or from here, depending what's going to happen. And it's the same for S&P 500.
We got someone in the comments trying to sell signals, and I'm sorry we can't do that. This is a professional live trading show, and if you try to come in here and sell us signals, unfortunately, we'll have to ban you. This might be Dirk, though, and he's also short gold. Now I'm starting to think a little bit too, a few too many traders are short gold. Like this is when it starts reversing. Yep. I'm going to close my position right here. I'm going to close the short position. I don't like this. Now everyone's short. Okay, I'm getting at $200 profit. I'm good for the day. Thank you very much. Gold is about to go up. I'm out.
If it's Dirk, he's saying that he already closed gold. Good. You guys closed gold. Now it's going to start going down and I'm going to get my full profit.
Oh, nice. You closed it.
Amazing.
Okay, so yeah. Well, look at this. It's gonna bounce here. Look at that. Add the reload zone right here. Look at where do you think prices is right now? Right inside that reload zone. This is where.
No,
Okay. Okay.
that's Alex. Alex is away. You want to
Holy
bet?
shit. Look
Usually
at
I
that.
make these bets on if it's Alex, but now he's away, so I'm
Okay.
pretty sure he's gonna go down.
Okay, let's do a bet then. Let's do a bet. Do you have something? I mean, I have a lot of clown suits here, and that's kind of like what that's the only thing I can do. So, okay, what's the bet? What's the bet?
I don't know. I don't have a clown suit. What do you want?
Well, it's your idea. So if you have any suggestions, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Nice. What should we bet on? Let's ask the audience.
Okay, what should we bet on?
Bet is finding there what to bet on. I just like the idea of betting. That's why I should not go to casino. I mean, I'm already a trader, and it's been a long time. But if I would go to casino, that would be really, really bad for me.
Yeah, I love betting. I love betting. We can do this instead. Okay, we can do this instead. We can. So you're gonna be live. You're gonna be live tomorrow with Mike, and we can do this. We can do a challenge just for that session in the morning. So you're gonna be trading, then you'll be trading against me, and the bet here, or we'll do this. If your TP is hit, and where is your TP, by the way? You get to select the level, a TP.
At 33.74.5 on futures. This is the TP right here.
Okay, so it's kind of around the same level. Okay, so if your TP gets hit, you will get a head start of 2 trades tomorrow if we do a challenge. And if gold gets all the way, if okay, so what are we gonna do? Like entry or stop loss? Where's your stop loss at? Can I look at your screen?
Yeah. Wait, my stop loss is right now right here. So
okay, so are we gonna say TP or back to entry?
I would say TP or stop loss. Because otherwise I would move my stop loss to break even if I would think that it might not go back at all.
Okay, so if TP gets hit, you will get a head start of 2 trades. And if stop loss gets hit, I will get a head start of 2 trades. Okay?
That's a deal. Yeah, that's a deal.
Nice. Good stuff. Interesting. I will be setting up those accounts for us later. Okay, well, gold is definitely moving lower. We're gonna do a poll on this. Okay.
It is right at the support now. Let's think.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's set up a poll on that. Someone says gold target 3222. Wait a minute, that's all the way down here.
That's a lot, yeah.
It's not gonna happen. Well, it might happen, but not like in a while. Like it is all the way down here. Yeah, I'm not gonna be holding.
Happen. We know that gold is crazy, so anything can happen. But if it happens, it needs to be something outstanding in the world. It's like,
Yeah. Right, so I'm setting up the poll here. Go in the comments, guys. Let's see. Is gold going to hit TP before stop loss? So now we're talking about Anastasia's setup right here. If it hits TP, she will begin tomorrow's training challenge. I'm going to do a training challenge against me and Anastasia during the first session. If it hits TP, you'll get 2 trades extra. 2 trades head start, and if it hits stop loss, I will get 2 trades head start on tomorrow. I think it's gonna go up. Oh, okay. I think it's gonna go down. Yep, I think it's gonna go down. Nice.
Let's see.
Oh, nice. I managed to close it for that move down. I don't care though. I don't care. I care more about not losing this bet. Let's see. See what we get. Yeah, it's the comment section says 80% that the TP will be hit. I think 80% is conservative. I would say 95% probability that the TP is going to get hit, which leaves me at a nice 5% probability. Not impossible.
Yeah, it's still possible. Anything is possible in the market.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of people who are saying that from there it should go up. Yeah.
Yeah. So should we sell or not? I mean, you look at this. We've been in a sell for 2 hours now. I think it's a bit late to sell now. The next competition. Well, if you stay tuned, we got something interesting for you guys. Maybe not. We'll see. Maybe.
But
All right, let's see.
Between the CEOs, this is the best competition today happening.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. And it's only 1 hour, so it's like a trading competition. Only 1 hour. It means nothing. It really means nothing. Because it doesn't really show, what you can do as a trader,
Yeah, true. It's more like, are you going to get lucky enough to get your one setup during this 1 hour per day? It's like coming in the market and saying, I only have 1 hour to trade. Give me the money right now. Jonathan, what time is a CEO's battle? Fabian is asking.
It's going to be at the last hour of the live stream, so that's going to be at in GMT. That's 1, I believe. Yeah, 1 GMT is it.
Yeah,
it's going to be quite interesting. Okay. Interesting. Definitely quite interesting price movements right here.
Come on, gold. It's like
Fabian, I think yeah, Mike's pretty good. Mike's and he has an advantage as well. He's like actively trading both the stock market and the forex market, while Saul is focused on the forex market. And I think kind of like having that broader view of the markets is I think is helpful. Is helpful. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a bigger choice as well, right? You can be more.
Yeah, but he's not going to. They're only going to trade forex though. But like what I'm saying is, he has the experience from the stock market as well, and I think having experience across different markets should be a positive thing. Should definitely be helpful.
Yeah, actually, Amal is right. We're also going to be getting closer to the rate cut or rate decision when the competition is going to be happening. So.
No, you cannot. Don't copy our trading. This is not a live stream where we're not giving signals. We're not telling you what to do, what to trade. This is not financial advice. What you can do, however, is look at our setups, how we break it down, and perhaps make your own, come up with your own ideas based on that analysis.
Yep. Can't promise you any returns on that.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is if okay, I'm gonna do this. We're definitely gonna do this. Okay, so if Saul wins, we'll give away a 5ers account. If Mickey wins, we will give away a trader pool account.
Ooh,
That should be interesting.
that's nice.
I'm gonna set that up. Let me look at your screen, Anastasia. I want to see what your dollar is doing.
Gold, you
Oh,
mean?
not did I say dollar? I mean gold.
Yeah. This is what it's doing. I would prefer it to hold below this gray zone, of course. But let's see. It's now trying to pull back slightly to the upside. Their value area low moved here now with this move to the downside. So it may still pull back here. I would prefer it to not, of course, but not something that I can control, sure thing. But let's see. It's like so close to TP, you know? So close. It was, at least.
Look at that. It's gonna go back. I am winning. It's still in a pretty good downtrend though. Like it's still a very good downtrend.
It is. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll see. If it's gonna reverse, it's probably gonna start reversing now.
It might. I'm still holding it. Let's see. This is where you exited it, right? Approximately?
Yep.
How's your USD doing? I'm thinking about maybe entering it before the rate cut. Oh, well, I'm not expecting the rate cut, but rate decision, let's say.
Yeah, well, it's not really doing much. It's not really doing much. I don't think entering. I would probably wait, before entering. That's just me. I want to wait for confirmation,
Yeah. Stan, where is the USD CHF going? I didn't look at it today, to be honest with you.
Maybe you can look at that while I set up the trading competition, the giveaway, I mean.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see where is this USD CHF going. Going nowhere, I would say. Well, okay. If you go for 2 hours in lower time frame, we are stuck in this range, and where it's been forever already. So I don't know if that was a ironic question, but that's not going anywhere. I think this is a horrible price action to make any decisions, like any.
Yeah,
any
I think
trade.
USD CHF is like,
This is
if you
like
want to look at a pair that is like the definition of a boring market, then this is the one you want to look at.
Yeah, this is horrible, to be honest with you. Like, what do you do even here? And this is even became more narrow recently. I think until the interest rate decision, there is nothing to do here in the USD CHF market at all. Maybe even the rate decision is not going to move it. Let's see. Archie is asking, what is my risk to reward in the trade? My risk to reward is at least 1 to 2 when I start the trade. This is an initial. I always take about 0.5% risk per trade. But now, and as the price goes, I keep adding up to my winning positions and moving my stop loss eventually. So my risk to reward is different in every trade that I take after a while. because obviously I do add it and it's affecting the final result of the trade. So it depends. For example, this gold buy which I was trading overnight from Monday to Tuesday, I risked 0.5% and I ended up with 9.5% win, which ended up very good. And initially I had 1 to 2.5 risk rewards on that one. So it depends what gold is going to do.
Hello, Dirk.
Boom.
Oh, look at gold.
No.
Look at gold.
It still didn't take. It still
Where you should look at that. I'm like, Dirk went short, and I'm like, 2-minute traders. It's crowded. I got out.
I didn't go short. I'm out of that trade. I finally had
really?
this trade, this short. I shorted it at 92 and got out at, what was that, 78, I think.
But you told us to go short, and we went short. No? Well, you said in the comments, short, short, short. That's what you wrote.
I thought I cannot sell signals. No, but that was the trade that finally got my evaluation account for gold over a profit of 1,000.
Nice.
So I'm now at 101,000 US dollars account balance, finally getting the hang of it. That's what he said. And then next week I'm liquidated.
Wait, what do you mean liquidated? You lost the account?
No, I said I'm finally up $1,000 on the evaluation account, the account where I only trade gold, you know. And so that was the milestone I wanted to reach today. And I said, now I'm overconfident, so probably next week I'm going to be liquidated.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's almost like it's always like that, you know. But that you know about it, so.
So Anastasiia, you are long or are you short?
No, I'm still in the short, and it was so close to my TP.
It was super close, no? Yeah.
It was very close.
Oh, you're trading the future, right?
Yeah, I trade futures,
okay.
But I also trade the 5ers account. I analyze everything with futures, and then I trade the 5ers. But if it's not gonna pull back now at 33.89, Jonatan is gonna be in the bad. Because afterwards it's not gonna pull back.
So we made a bet here. Me and Anastasiia, we're gonna do a trading challenge tomorrow in the first session of the live stream, and we did a bet. If the trade's gonna hit her TP, which is not, then I will get she's gonna get a 2 trades head start on the challenge, and if it hits stop loss, I'm gonna get a 2 trades head start. And looking very, very interesting. So not only did I make money on this trade, I might also win a bet, and arguably winning that bet is way more important.
But depending on how the day is tomorrow, you know, it might not be a good idea to have 2 trades head start.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Let's see. I just want the straight to end it up in profit. It was so good. Let's see if it's gonna pull back now. It still might go down, and if it's not, then that's it. I'm gonna be closing it.
Where's your stop loss on that one?
My stop loss is all the way here.
Oh, okay. Still have a little bit of space.
Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, but I could see potentially reversing it again at around 84, 85. I mean, I'm not looking at the future now. That's the spot price.
Yeah.
I think markets are a little bit like in anticipation already of tonight also, right?
Yeah, most likely FOMC. Big moment, everyone is waiting for it.
Yeah, markets are always a bit slow, I think, whenever we have FOMC day, you know, leading up to the event. It's like people are waiting for it, you know.
Yeah, but it's set in stone that we are not going to have a change in interest rates. No, it's going to stay at 4.5%. Very sure of that. But of course, it's going to be interesting what Jerome Powell has to say tonight, especially if he's going to comment on all the nice things Donald Trump had to say about him.
Yeah, the press conference is going to be when the markets move.
Look at this.
This is
like crazy.
Look at that.
Wait.
Oh my God, that's insane. That is such a big move on gold.
Chance?
This is why I love and hate gold. It gives good structure, and then it's like, nope, no, I'm going the other way. I'm going to the other way, and I'm going there instantly. It's like it's just teleporting from one place to another.
I feel betrayed by gold now. Like, what is this even? It's like out of nowhere.
It is really.
And I feel completely opposite. I feel like this is it's great. Yeah.
But I tell you, it's going to reverse here again.
Probably.
Let's see. Just hit the point of control of this whole move.
It is 85 around about.
Yeah, 85. 85.00.
Oh.
It might still do this now before actually doing this. But I think, Jonatan, you're winning the bet.
Yep.
It does look like it. It does look like.
It wants to move higher. Wow.
What the heck?
But what is this? Is the US dollar moving so much, or what is happening here?
Is it? There was nothing in the news, if I'm not mistaken. At 12 o'clock. No?
No, nothing.
Nothing? Yeah, you're going to win the bet. That's it. Okay, you're going to have a head start of 2 trades to tomorrow's competition. And how did I get myself in here?
Okay, so honestly, like it might not be a good thing, I mean, having I need to. So now I didn't really think about it, but now I need to take 2 more trades than you to begin with. So
he's totally going to blow it, Anastasia.
Yeah, it necessarily does not need to be a good thing at all.
Let's see. Let's see tomorrow. Yeah. It's after FOMC as well. Let's see how it's the market.
I think I should stop trading for today and, just be happy. And the further we progress. By the way, that's an interesting date. Who was it? Michael and Saul chose for the battle, like ahead of FOMC.
Yeah, I was the one choosing that.
Well done.
Let's make it difficult, Let's make it difficult. Let's take a time when it's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 5 hours before the event. It's like let's take the worst possible time to do a trading challenge. Yeah. They're probably just going to be sitting there like, okay, so nothing's happening, Okay, nothing's going on here.
And then you're going to get like the jitters, oh my God, I have to show something, something.
Exactly. It really puts them to the test.
Yeah, DXY does look bearish for now, but let's not forget that we have the FOMC and we have 70%, 95% chance that the rate is going to be held. And if it's going to be held, then the US dollar should gain strength, actually.
Yeah. It's going to be held. Job market is strong still. I mean, NFP were far better than expected, right? Unemployment is good. Inflation still much higher than the 2%. There's absolutely no reason why they should lower interest rates today.
No, there is no reason, and I don't think Powell is going to do this.
And if I were Jerome Powell, I wouldn't do it also just to, say screw you, Donald Trump. I'm not going to do what you want.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has not been very nice to him.
Is there anybody Donald Trump is nice to accept himself?
But I think, yeah, I do. I do think he's nice to a lot of people. I don't hate Trump like you do, Dirk.
Who says I hate him? I find it very entertaining.
Okay, I never said you hated him, but you might not. I mean, okay, so if you had to choose, best friend in the world, it would not be Trump.
Yeah. and also not Elon Musk, by the way.
Okay, but wait a minute. Like okay, so I was such a huge fan of Elon Musk like a couple of years ago. Like everything he touched, I would be all over it. But now it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not getting a Tesla. Like I'm not getting a Tesla. Never. Before, maybe I was getting a Tesla, but now it's like, nah, man. I want a big fat diesel truck with Trump all over it, like a big fat Trump and American flag. Like that's what that Dodge Ram. That's what I want. like and big American flags.
There's one driving
Yep.
around here close to my office, always a Dodge Ram, and I'm always amazed. Like, my God! The only thing I always can think about me, riding with a bicycle to my office, thinking like, how many liters per 100 kilometers must this thing consume?
Yeah. And like it barely fits on the roads here. It's like,
In Sweden?
yeah, I mean, I remember I was in the US a couple of years ago, and like, everything's just much bigger. Like everything's just huge over there. Like the roads are just double the size. I'm like, yeah, they can, and everyone had a truck. Like here, it's like we don't even have, like in America they say, a car or a truck. Like we don't even have two different words for that. We just say it's a car, it's a vehicle. Like and everyone just had trucks. And here it's like, yeah, it's interesting.
So you went to US.
Yeah.
Is it true that they have like a 10-liter milk bottle selling in the store? Like you can barely find a normal one?
Everything's big. Like I'm telling you, like everything's big. Everything's just bigger. Like every package is bigger. Like everything's just big.
Now I have this vivid memory of how the milk tasted over there, which has, like, in my opinion, nothing to do with milk, actually.
Yeah, and the food is terrible. Like
It's
honestly, it was
really.
it was difficult to find a place that sold proper like groceries and like fresh produce, right? Like it's difficult, Like if you wanted to like cook your own food from scratch, like that was difficult to find all the ingredients. But then if you like then you have fast food restaurants all over the place, like all over the place. It's very easy to live unhealthy in like that's at least from my.
And it's cheaper also to live unhealthy. If you want to cook yourself, you want to make a salad. You're looking for a normal good, what we would consider a good normal tomato. You pay like, I don't know, $15 or $20 for a tomato.
Yeah, it's super expensive, but it's easy. If you don't care about that, then living life is very easy because everything's available everywhere. Like I was in a small, like a very small town in the middle. Like I traveled all over the country, but most of the time I spent like in a very small town, like in the middle of nowhere in Colorado, and like everything was available. Like here, the town I live here in Sweden, it's like we got 2 stores. Like there's nothing here. Like there's no delivery services. There's nothing like there. There's like 1 restaurant, which is terrible. There's just nothing, But in America, the same size town just has everything. It's just so much easier, and you can get everything kind of like everything delivered to you. Like the home, like it's just crazy. Everything's just so available. Yeah.
But
Gold,
is it a bad thing? It is like this is what I always wonder. Like, is it a good thing that you have everything literally next to you, or is it a bad thing because we get so used, to like so comfort that we become incapable of living without all this comfort and without all this availability next to us?
I don't know, man. Like I think I definitely think that it could be a really good thing. I mean, it could be a really good thing if the bottom line was like, okay, let's make society healthy. Like if that was the main thing that people were trying to do, like when you have all of these fast food companies competing with each other, making it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. If you kind of like flip that around, then of course having everything available is very nice. But now the fact that everything that is very accessible and available is just very unhealthy things, then that's obviously not a good thing.
Yeah.
Is gold
welcome.
When I was on Everest and we didn't have almost any food like on top of it, and I felt better than I ever felt, like more healthier, energized, and like lighter and everything.
I should do that too, like just don't eat anything for a week. That would really be good for my body. But
No, I
instead,
mean,
I'm always
yeah,
doing the
it's
opposite.
like, it's much easy, like much less, and you feel like much more energized. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like the same, the societies is changing so much. You see now, with my kids, like I got a 14-year-old and he's, he got a phone, and when I was as his age, I think, the first phones came around when I was, I believe, like 14 or 15 or something like that. And remember, like, before having smartphones and before having like internet, everything was just, it was much more complicated to do things, but in the same in it was just so much simpler as well. Like, now everything's just so incredibly available, and everyone's available because you can just call up someone at all times, and everyone's just so available, and everything is so available. It has obviously helped society greatly, the technology in a big way, but as as a society, it's I'm not sure it's a very good thing. However, without it, I would not be here trading. You know,
You should. Have you ever read something from Ray Kurzweil?
Ray Kurzweil. I know who
I
that
think
is.
you would really. He used to work for Google. He, by the way, invented the synthesizer as well, and he's like very known for.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I read. Yes, I just read the Singularity is Nearer and the Singularity is Near.
You read
two books,
those?
very good. Yeah,
Awesome,
yeah.
no?
I just finished. I just finished the Singularity is Nearer the other day. Fascinating. Like, first, I read the Singularity is Near, and I'm like, wow, this is spot on. And then the Singularity is Nearer. Yeah, I've read a lot of that. I read the Superintelligence as well with Nick Bostrom.
So basically, we are becoming immortal by like 2030 or whatever he said.
Yeah.
And the singularity where artificial intelligence becomes smarter than us, and then we have two choices. We can either become slaves to the very few, very rich people in the world and basically work for money, or it's going to be a bright and nice future for everybody. My guess is on the first scenario, sadly.
It's interesting because we there's a lot of discussions on that we kind of we slowly but surely start to enter that what is that word, longevity,
Longevity.
the idea of, like, we enter that threshold where there's like that escape velocity, where if you're like under 50 today and you're healthy, there's chance that you will get you'll become much older than 100 years old.
Imagine that for the next 50, 100, 200 years, you get to trade gold every day.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
The question is that heaven or hell?
Yeah, exactly. It's a good question for sure. I would say it's somewhere in between. Definitely.
Depends, no? If the market treats me like it did this morning, it's heaven. If it treats me like last week, it's hell.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I have to make a move. Next appointment coming up. And yeah, everybody stay safe out there. Looking forward to seeing your 2 trades in advance tomorrow. I'm for sure going to
you
tune
too,
in.
Dirk.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You take care.
Yeah.
I'm actually expecting gold to reverse right now.
Yeah, it's probably going to go lower.
Probably going to go low.
Yeah. We'll see. Okay, let's see. What do we have?
What are you looking at?
Well, right now I'm looking at EU. I quite like, this structure that we see here. Okay, can you just give me a second? I'll be back in just a
Yeah,
bit.
of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. I'm
Okay,
actually... Wait.
let me add that one. Let's see. All right.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So yeah, I'm waiting for gold to reverse now. I think it's just gonna drop immediately. If it starts dropping, I might consider selling it again. So we have the developing point of control of the day here. We have the cluster volume, we have the consolidation, we have the value area. We are on top of it for the day. This zone here is something that I'm expecting to happen, so might still turn out good after all. Let's see. And for the rest of the market, I don't really see anything else happening much, because we are getting closer to the interest rate decision at least every minute, and that is probably going to cause the market to just keep consolidating. $33.97, you say? Okay, let me shift to my CFDs and let's have a look at something else. While gold is making the decision at that very moment, that is something that I was also looking at as a silver. Might have been a better idea to sell silver, of course, in the morning, because we did have the nice consolidation here. It started to drop. It was a beautiful head and shoulders pattern at this zone, so that was really, really beautiful. I went for gold, and might have been a mistake, but it is what it is already. So that was a whole consolidation zone here that was really beautifully retested. And I'm expecting it to still go down, which also one of the reasons I'm still waiting for gold to go down. I have these two levels that I expect gold to continue towards, here and here. So since silver, right? And at the same time, if silver will continue to drop, might see gold dropping as well. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Anastasia. How are you?
I'm okay. Just lost the bet to Jonathan for the rest of
You
this.
lost a bet to Jonathan. Oh no, that's the worst. I hate it
I
when that
know,
happens.
right?
Oh god, it's just what have you lost exactly?
I lost my gold trade and the bet to Jonathan. It was right here, and we were betting if it's going to continue to go down. It was right near my TP. And he closed it, and I was like, it's going to go to TP, and then it reversed all the way back. Unbelievable.
Oh man.
Look
good.
at this to me.
Not good. Kavika, what did you do? I don't know what you did. Are you talking to a different mic? But what did you do? What did Kavika do? Hey Haresh. Hey William. Hey Claudio. Fabian, good to see you, my man. How you doing? You're looking very fresh today, Anastasia, with the whites. It's like, you're looking like the white hoodies, like ready to take on the market. It's like, almost like a boxing, ready to go into boxing rings. It's like, right, okay, here we go.
I was before gold.
Before gold, and then gold has just knocked you out.
And then gold happened, as always. This is how it always is. Gold
is golding, as they say.
Yeah,
gold is golding.
This.
Not good.
Here's you look very fresh. I thought about it. I didn't say it, but I did thought about it. And sometimes it's the thought that matters.
Hang on,
isn't it?
Hang on. Are you saying that you thought something and you didn't say it? Does that happen?
Yeah, it did happen today, Mike. It did actually happen.
How you doing, mate?
I am good. How are you?
I am. Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited for what we've got planned. With our live streams.
Oh yeah, very definitely. Excited. We got something new. We got something. Not only do we have the CEO battle today, we also have. It's gonna be really cool. I mean, it's gonna be really, really cool. I don't think Anastasia knows about it, but no. She's going to know about it.
Okay,
she's gonna know.
I want to know what I don't know. What is that I don't know?
Well, I think it's a bit too early. It's a bit too early to know. You'll have to not know for small.
It's a need to know basis.
Yeah.
It's a need to know basis.
Yeah, now I didn't know that I didn't know, and I was okay with that. But now that I know,
yeah. No, so we're setting up something really cool here, where we're basically taking the lives from here to another level. It's definitely going to be increasing the production quality of.
We're
of the
gonna
live
be the new Bloomberg. Let's just call it out there right now. This is going to be the new Bloomberg.
No, because
That's
Bloomberg is not live trading. We're going to be better than Bloomberg because it's going to be like it's like Bloomberg, but actual trading. You know,
It's like Bloomberg on steroids.
no, it's like Bloomberg with not only talking but actually also doing. You know, it's
We're gonna walk the walk and talk the talk.
like Bloom Hill, Bloom Mountain. A berg. I don't know if you know. A berg is obviously a
Hill. It's like,
Yeah.
like an iceberg.
Berg is obviously maybe it's German as well, but in Sweden, berg is a mountain. Something in Bloom. It's like Bloom Mountain, and will be like, yeah. I guess the mountain is the highest. Will be a hill, a Bloom Hill. I do like Bloom Hill. Yeah.
I think
As I
somebody
said-
I think somebody helped. We short-circuited Jonathan. We've completely short-circuited his brain.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
dear.
anyone joining you today, Mike?
LJ is joining me in a little while.
Nice.
But otherwise, it is just me for now. I'm afraid.
All right,
I hope that's sufficient for you.
Willem is saying Anastasia is going to trade, but they didn't tell you. This is how it always is. I wake up in the morning before a live stream, and Jonathan is like, log in into the trading account. We're doing the competition today.
That's literally how it is as well. That is exactly how it is. Hey guys, we're going to do live trading. Here's go get an account. It's like, what? Hang on a second. What? Get these account details. You're going to trade.
You should always be ready, always be prepared.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be constantly like, you've got to have your bags packed, ready to trade, no matter what.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Good stuff. Good stuff. So apart from losing gold from gold being gold, what else has been? What else have I missed?
Nothing.
Not much really. We did trade gold. We did a bet. Do you want to join a trading competition tomorrow, Mike, for your session? No, let's not do that. You can't join. It's going to be me and Anastasia. Me and Anastasia,
okay.
we're gonna.
So I don't need to come on tomorrow morning then.
No, you come on. I'm not going to be on, but I'm going to be trading in the background most likely.
Oh, okay. So,
But
hang on. That's an unfair advantage because we all know that it's easier to trade when you're not on stream than when you are on stream. So you want Anastasia to be on stream and trade, and you're going to trade off stream.
And
I'll be jumping in and off probably. So yeah, I'll be jumping in and off most likely.
Okay. All right. This sounds very, very biased, but what can I do? You're the boss. You decide.
You're not gonna make it easy. But so we had a bet, right? So we traded gold, and I exited gold earlier before TP was hit, and we said if TP is hit, Anastasia will have a 2-trade head start, and if it hits stop loss, I will have a 2 trades head start, and it hits stop loss. So tomorrow I will have a 2 trades head start on Anastasia, which does not necessarily mean that it's going to be a good thing, you know.
That's also true.
It could be. It could be two. It could be 2 trades ahead that you just lose 2 trades, and then you're behind. And Anastasia then takes her trades and blows you out of the water.
Yep, that's right. But,
there you go.
All right, I gotta run. I gotta get some lunch, Mike. I will be.
Bon
listening.
appetit. He'll be listening. He'll be watching.
I
We've got to be careful, guys, what we say. And remember, guys,
right,
we've tried it
guys.
before. We can't ban him out of the chat, so
you can't.
He will be there, guys, no matter what. We tried it; it didn't work.
What I will do though is I will send a giveaway link. Not sure why that is not working. I got it right here.
You're doing another giveaway. You're feeling very generous, Jonathan.
I am. I haven't actually got this confirmed from Saul, so if I'm not here tomorrow.
I didn't put in your invoice.
I did get it confirmed from Michael from Tater Pool, but not Saul. So it's like,
right.
yeah.
Okay. I was going to say from me, I didn't confirm anything.
Oh no, it's Mickey from Trader Pool. Okay, so I'm gonna post a giveaway link, so you can go into the comment section. I'm gonna pin it in the comment section. Go into that link right there, and follow the instructions and everything, and sign up. Then you will be eligible to win an account. If Saul wins, we're gonna give away a bootcamp account. If Mickey from Trader Pool wins, we're gonna give away a Trader Pool account.
But we all know Saul's going to win. There's no way that Mickey's coming onto the 5ers stream
so
and that he's going to win.
If you want to win a bootcamp account, go into the competition. Join. All right.
There you go. Alrighty.
See you guys.
Well,
See you guys
enjoy
later.
your lunch. Cheers, man.
Take care.
See you, Jonathan.
Are you leaving me as well, Anastasia? And you're gonna leave me until tomorrow, until our proper session.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'll have to leave you today. I would love to stay, but I can't stay.
Then I can't tell you what you don't know. I'm just telling you. You know what you don't know is gonna remain unknown.
You see, guys, this is how it's happening. This is how it is.
Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning as always. That'll be always great fun. Our Thursday morning sessions. So, are you going to join us for the ABL podcast this week? Finally.
No, next week. No, my mom is visiting now in Spain. I'm trying to spend time with her, so I have an excuse this week.
Oh, that's a terrible excuse. You can't just lay the family guilt on us. That's not fair.
The most more important than this.
No, I completely agree with you. I would use exactly the same excuse if I had it as well. So it's just not fair because then I've got no comeback to that. There's nothing I can say. So yeah, but it's all good. It's all good.
I will try this though.
Good. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. In the meantime, go and lick your wounds from Jonathan's bet. And
I'm gonna get ready for tomorrow's competition. At least shouldn't be losing that one.
Get ready for tomorrow. Exactly. Cool. All right. We'll see you soon, Anastasia. Take care.
See you, everyone.
Cool. And then there was one. Guys, I'm just going to quickly reset. Those of you who don't know who I am, where have you been? But I'm from the AlphaBeta Lab. And if you don't know what the AlphaBeta Lab is, then check this out. That's right. It is time for the AlphaBeta Lab takeover. If you don't know what AlphaBeta Lab is, please click the link that's scrolling along the bottom just below me there. You'll find it is the only community worth joining, which is education-based. It is by traders, for traders. And yeah, we'd love to have you joining us. So come and check us out. Yeah, let us know what you think. We are currently at, let's have a look. We're currently at 900. That can't be right. Surely not. Let's see. How many are we at? Members. 952 members. 956. There we go. 956 members. We've got that handsome, good-looking chap, LJ. He'll be joining me in a little while. But yeah, 956. Can we get ourselves to that magical 1,000 in honor of the CEO battle that's going on later on this afternoon on the live stream? I'd love to see it happen. 1,000 members can easily be done, surely. But yeah, come join us. It is a community, as I say, by traders, for traders, and we are building out the #1 education platform for financial markets that, frankly, any of you have ever seen. So yeah. So go check it out. Thank you very much, Vinicius. That is quite right. I am not alone. I am here with you guys in this virtual safe space where I can make massive mistakes, and none of you are going to follow my trades because this isn't a signal service, and none of you are going to blow your accounts because you followed any trades that I suggested, because you're going to use proper risk management, and then everything's going to be hunky-dory. My apologies for the camera, because it is a new camera and it keeps zooming me in and zooming me out. So I'm just let's just try something here. I don't know why it keeps zooming in and zooming out, but let's see. Got to see a man in a dog. I think you mean about a dog. Otherwise, that's a really bad. Yeah, I'm hoping that's a really bad typo there, Kavika. Got to see a man about a dog, not a man in a dog. That's no. Anyway, those of you who were kind of checking out the ABL stream this morning would have seen that it's a pretty horrible market because we're all waiting for what the guys are going to do at the Fed in terms of the interest rate decision. So yeah, we're waiting to see how that's going to play out. We did have that sell-off on gold, but all gold did was come back to this area that it was at previously. So it hasn't really done anything majorly significant except bounce around, a bit like a ping pong. So be interesting to see how things have been working. Did I work as a radio jockey? No, I didn't. I've been told I have is it a voice for radio or a face for radio? I can't remember. One of the two. But no, I've never worked as a radio jockey. My dad, however, was a DJ. And his unique thing that he did, get this, was he would come out of a coffin. That's right. My dad, he would have a coffin on the stage as a DJ. He'd go to these events, go to these discos and everything else. He'd have a coffin on the stage and he would come out of the coffin at the beginning of his act or whatever. He lived in Belfast. And he would spend the time of the 60s and the 70s coming out of a coffin at these various different discos and events and things. Caused him a few problems every now and again, because those of you who know your history will know that Belfast had its troubles back then, and you had the British Army in there. And so every now and again, one particular occasion, my dad got stopped after an event on his way home, middle of the night, and he got stopped by the soldiers. And said, "What's in the back of the car?" And my dad had to say, "It's a coffin, but it's full of DJ equipment." And of course, straight away, the soldiers were like, "Yeah, okay." So yeah, that's my connection to DJing, let's say. Anyway, what else is happening in chat? Let's have a look. It's about a horse. I have no idea what you're talking about there. Do not blame it on me, blame it on Haresh. It is all Haresh's fault. If you follow me in my trades, it is all your fault. Sell or buy my G. Pound? Gold? I don't know. And yes, I do mind. I really do mind. Whitfog, who's Peter Murphy? Not my dad, if that's what you mean. Yeah, it was a little bit morbid. And considering the first time my dad told me about this was when I was probably about 10 years old, very, very weird. Very weird. But yes, my dad, he's well into his 70s now, and he's still going strong. He's quite the character. Quite the character. Have a voice for radio, definitely, and you should try part-time late night show. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Kuba Nath. I shall bear that in mind. Yeah, Belfast. Do you know, I love Belfast. Lovely, lovely place. Do I have any tattoos? Not a single one. Not one. And I'm not going to prove it. Let's have a look. Mike, I see a double bottom on gold. 1 hour if closes above 3394. I think go up to 3428. What do you think? You actually want me to talk about trading? Okay. All right. I guess we can do that. Let me just quickly check what's the last couple of comments in chat. Are we going to have a rate cut in the next couple of hours? What do I reckon? I'll come back to that one. That's not an easy answer. And yo, Mike, hope you're good. Hello, traders. Hello, Mr. Jones. Good to see you, my friend. So let's go and have a look at this one. Raphael. Hang on, I'm going to say this right. Raphael Shalowski. Yeah, you see? Good little bit of Polish pronunciation there. Cześć, Raphael. Good to see you. Alrighty. Gold 1 hour double bottom. Do I think we are going to go higher? Gold going higher is depending on what happens in the next 10 minutes, basically, is my view. Reason for that is it is forming an engulfing candle currently to the upside, which suggests very, very strong bullish movement to the upside. Now, the thing is, final 10 minutes, anything can happen. Gold can do all sorts of crazy things. Where we are right now, if you look at it, we have this engulfing candle, this one here, this previous one, engulfing to the downside, right? And we haven't broken the high. So if we're not able to break the high, that suggests that we're not going higher. So at the moment, looking at it, 3 hour was an engulfing to the downside, 2 hour wicked down. 2 hour, in fairness, is still looking like it might form an engulfing to the upside. But those last 10 minutes of the 1 hour candle can change things in an instant. So I would be looking for an area of interest. Let's see. Currently created this high here. We haven't taken, ideally I'd like to say is take that level there and come in and retest this wick, but not always going to be the case. Let's see, what else do we have on the 5 minutes? Again, I'd like to see it really test that one. 3 minutes, not essential that it does it. Half hour, tapped into the half hour. I'm initially, right now, I am short. I'm short on gold. That's my view. So I would be looking for short opportunities, but looking at the 1 minute, I wouldn't say we're ready yet. Reason being, we have got this lovely candle here as a wickless candle, so major liquidity. We have got this one here, which was taken. Actually, it did have a wick on it, but it was taken. We've got this one here that looks like it has no wick. Let's just be sure. Yep, there's no wick there. And we have got liquidity all the way down, going down. We've got perfect equal bottoms down there, and wickless candles. So we have got major liquidity from this move up. And no, it's not. I thought it might have been a perfect equal bottom down there, but it's not. So yeah, but we have got a massive impulsive move. Highly unlikely that gold will just shoot up from here. When it's something as impulsive as that, it almost always comes back down. So I would be looking for the sells from this area and going down, looking for the setup of, let's see, what would my setup look like on the lower time frame? I would be looking for, we got one here, not quite. Let's see, this is a nice one here. So you've got, if I zoom in, you guys will see it. You've got price comes down, right? So it's not made a new low here, but we've got an impulsive move down. We've broken through this structure, come back down. This was not a wickless candle, so there's not liquidity there. Price comes back up, and we get this big wick rejection here. Wick rejects down, price comes down, comes back up, tests that wick again, gets rejected, comes back down, tests a third time, gets rejected. That would have been a nice entry in there. Probably the realistic timing of it, I probably would have gotten in something like that, let's say. Put your stops above and let it run. Now, I haven't looked at gold in great depth to see what would be the further lows, but as you can see, if we'd taken it to the low, then we're looking at a 7 or 8R, something like that. So something along those lines, that's what I'd be looking for. So I'd be looking at a similar kind of setup, wick rejections or engulfing candles on the 1 minute, having taken some kind of liquidity levels. Actually kind of what it's just done just this minute, just now. Now, you can see there, it's come up, wick has rejected down. So you could now start to see sells come in. It's broken past this engulfing candle. So sell opportunities could be nice right now. If you tagged in, let's say there, put your stop just above the high there and sell it down back to this area as a possible. That might be one to look at. So yeah. Cheers. Haven't taken any trades today. I did take some trades today. They didn't work in my favor. They were on our ABL stream this morning. But yeah. Hey ho, that's how it goes. So Amal, the candle will close in 3 and a bit minutes. So that will then determine my bias on whether gold is selling or not. If it closes up here, then it's not ready to sell. If the 1 hour closes further down, then it's potentially going to sell. So yeah, let's have a look. Large players, including myself, taking profit on gold, hence the drop. That's the stuff, Kavika. That's the stuff. That's right. Euro Aussie wave. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's just see how gold plays out in the close of the hour. You got so many time frames. Which are best 3 you like for day trading and scalp? Nie ma za co, Rafa, nie ma za co. What do I like the most? I like the non-conventional ones. So I do like on gold, I particularly like the 11 and I like the 7. They often give the kind of setup that I was just describing with the wick rejections or the engulfing candles. They often appear more frequently than they do on other time frames. So 7 or 11, it tends to be good. The 1 minute you can get some nice entries if you're, if you know what you're looking for. Obviously the 1 minute gives you the best opportunity for really tight stop losses. So this would have been a stop of, what's that, 89. That's probably too big of a stop for my liking, but yeah, that'd be what 89 to 93 says what, 40 pips stop loss, something like that, something around that. It might get negated, it might get proven wrong. High risk with that one because it hasn't come and taken and retested that level I was talking about. Sometimes you gotta give it a go, and sometimes the market will tell you. Sometimes you get taken out and you never know. So yeah. Kavika, 7-11. Reason being is if you look at the 7 or the 11, even on the 7 hour, for example, you just get a perspective on the chart that you don't get otherwise. And the reason for that is because they're overlapping on the standard time frames, right? So everyone says, "Oh, I've got to wait for the 4 hour to close." No, you don't. Go and look at the 5 or go and look at the 3, and they close and open at different times. So same with the 11 hour. The 11 hour is really interesting because the 11 hour on TradingView, it's not actually 11 hours. If you look at it, this one here, for example, if you look at the time at the bottom, it's 10 o'clock. Then the next candle opens at midnight. So it's a 2-hour candle. That doesn't quite make sense. It actually ends up being, I think, it's a 1-hour candle. But that's why I use these, because they just give you a really different perspective on where price might be heading. The other one that I've found quite useful lately is also the 14-hour as well. Just looking to see which way does it reject or not. You've got a nice area here, for example, on a rejection. So I'd be expecting price still to come back down, but this big major liquidity down here. So I'm still expecting us to come down here and take this area. So yeah, those are kind of my time frames and why I use them. Raphael, right, hang on, let me get off gold, because Euro Aussie, who was on Euro Aussie? Kavika was Euro Aussie. Euro Aussie wave, what are you waving exactly? Looks like it's reached a point of, okay, well, that's a perfect double top, so be very, very careful with that one. So very, very careful with that one, because that could still be taken out at some point. So if you're looking to sell, just be very careful, because that's going to be major liquidity to be targeted. You've got an inside bar down there. You've got an inside bar down there. And yeah, I could certainly see it pulling back because it's broken this initial structure, but I'm not entirely convinced by it. I think you probably start to see things pull down a bit, but need to wait and see. GU sell. Let's have a look at GU. GU sell. I don't love it, if I'm honest with you, Raphael. I just I mean, you had this range, right? Then you had price breakout, come take all this area, come back down, and now you've hit the 50 and it's starting to push back up again. I would be cautious. I mean, I don't know what your stops are, and I don't know what maybe you sold it from up here. And if you sold it from up here and you bring it down, then all good. I'm not entirely convinced. So yeah, let me know. Here he is, the Aussie,
hello.
the resident Aussie. How you doing, fella?
Doing well.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're currently looking at pound dollar, and I was just about to pull up the Dixie to see what's happening with her at the moment. Not really done much since we looked at it this morning, if I'm honest. Barely anything. Which
had
is
a nice reaction earlier after coming up. So I think at the moment we're still going higher on GU. It looks like I mean, Dixie's going to be a bit quiet, but I think we are going higher.
Yeah. He's realised that. Okay. Well, I hope, Raphael, if I've managed to save you some money being lost, then all the better. I've not given you any signals for you to blow your account, so that's all good as well. Let's see. GJ, I'm long. Can you check 1 hour and half hour? Yeah, I can see that. Nice reaction down here. Down in this area. The only thing is the way that's wicked back down on the half hour, but it looks much better on the 15-minute. Really nice setup there with this engulfing candle. Let's see, 45-minute pushing up nicely. 50-minute as well. 90-minute not looking so good, as is the 1 hour. 2 hour, you've got to be careful, because 2 hour, you've basically got the previous one was an inside bar either side of it, but it certainly looks reasonable that it might go higher. Just trying to see what if it's going higher, what's it hunting? It could do it. The only thing is that look at this structure here on the 4 hour. I think I looked at this earlier. We've retested these areas here, this cluster, and we're trying to form this engulfing to the upside, and it just got smashed. Can nobody else? Is it just me, or would anybody see something like that? I think that might be a Victor Quasi, wouldn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it does look like that. Hey.
So yeah, that would be my only thoughts on GJ. Goes against that idea of GU, but yeah, I mean, it depends what you're going for, Claudio. If you're going for like a short-term trade for the next hour or so, then yes, longs certainly, up into the kind of the 191 500 area to take out these highs, sure. I'm not sure you're going to get anything longer than that.
Yes, Elon is back. Elon is in the
Elon
house.
is back. Where's your tech support t-shirt, Elon? I want to see your tech support t-shirt. Concepts of volume spread analysis, says Anas. I'm going to be honest with you guys, never looked at volume spread analysis, at least not in great depth. My only knowledge and experience with volume spread is really through conversations with Anastasiia, and how she uses the volume indicators to identify where trades are going to come in. So yeah, I mean, LJ, you probably got better knowledge on it than I do.
Yeah, so you get kind of a clustering of levels. It depends what kind of volume type indicator we're looking at here, because I mean, there's quite a few that you can talk about. If we talk about like VWAP, for instance, definitely a favorite for anyone trading futures or particularly stocks as well. If you do want to find that, you can just call up a currency chart via a futures index, and that'll give you a good idea of where a lot of the volume just for the cluster of trades are littered. So the price will tend to move away from that and then often pull back into that, because that's where the majority of players are currently positioned. So that would be the simplest way to put it. But yeah, you'd have to explain exactly what volume indicator you're referring to.
Yeah. Cool. Henry saying that 1 minute deceleration and plateauing on gold at the 15-minute RLZ is beautiful. Jonathan, I know he's probably watching and listening, all right? But Henry, you don't need to suck up to him mentioning the RLZ, all right? He doesn't. You're not going to get anything. You won't get any prizes for mentioning his strategy and everything. But gold, yeah, that's yeah.
I saw a few people asking about this.
Yeah. So what? Apparently, this is your quote. So
yeah, I think it's on ABL. You can put the little subheading under your profile, whatever. I think it says, "Yeah, I got to see a man about a dog." What that basically means. So
see a man about a dog. Yeah, but it's about a dog, not see a man in a dog.
Yeah, not in a dog. About the dog. Yeah.
That's what I said. I was like, you're not going to see a man in a dog. That's
no, you don't want to see that. No.
So exactly. Yeah.
Basically, it's just a reference from my mates and stuff, because I'm always so busy, and then people ask if I have time, or I'm on a call with someone, etc. And rather than explaining all the things I got going on, I just say like, "Oh, got to go see a man about a dog," and they're like, "Oh, okay, no worries, I'll catch up later." So that's where that comes from. Normally, it's just a way of saying I got something else to do, but you don't want to go in depth of what that actually is. So
excellent, exactly right. There you go, Kavika. Man in a dog, no. Man about a dog, yes. There you go. Let's not get these things confused. Otherwise, it's all sorts of trouble. Raphael, I'm glad that I managed to save you from yourself. You're welcome. Kuba saying the 7 hour, 14 hour for day trading. That's too much. Maybe good for positional trading. I don't use the 7 hour or the 14 hour for taking trades, but I use it for my bias. So even for day trading, I will check and see what is the 7 hour and the 14 hour and the daily and the weekly and the monthly and everything else giving me as a trend and a bias, right? Because trading against the trend, you're facing headwinds, right? So you've got to be really, really careful, and you've got to be much more in tune with what is going to happen to catch those kind of trades, you know.
Swim with the current, not against it. So
yeah, exactly. Gold, what do you know? Let's see if it keeps going.
Yeah, it is looking interesting now. It does appear like it may be struggling a bit. We might
only thing I don't like is how the 1 hour closed. That was a very, very strong bullish 1 hour candle.
And we have had higher lows form as well. So
yeah,
it's the upside is definitely still in play. But we're starting to get marginal lower highs as well too.
Yeah. So I mean, if anyone did take that sell, probably the more realistic take profit is probably around about here, with a 2.5 R, something like that. So yeah, Ilya, I have no idea. Why do these things keep popping up, guys? Can somebody tell me what this random scam is all about? Because these comments keep popping up everywhere on our streams, and I have no idea why. It is the most annoying thing because I end up having to keep deleting them. So if somebody could tell me what that scam is all about, I'd really like to know.
Yeah, it's a bit odd because I don't think you're wanting to be giving out your seed phrase. In a
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Panel on the internet, but that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
No.
Let's motorcar. Streaming is notice, and you give us lots of. You're gonna have to explain to me what you mean, mate. I'm not sure I understand. And you don't know what is that, Mike? What is what?
I think it was referring to the comment.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. Not got a clue. Why you expect gold goes lower when India launched missile on Pakistan, Russia on Ukraine? I'm not saying it would necessarily go lower, Hamed. What I'm saying is that it's not clear. I mean, look, what did gold do with the news about India and Pakistan overnight? Didn't really do anything. There wasn't really much of a reaction to it. And Russia firing missiles at Ukraine, that's happening every day. That's not anything new. It just because it goes onto the mainstream news because it was a slow news day elsewhere. Russian missiles are hitting Ukraine every single day, so that's not going to suddenly move the markets either. USD JPY will come to in a second. Shaquille, I just want to check this. So it's a bot that makes you think they are a beginner, and then you have to add some ETH or Tron to pay the fee. And the minute you do that, you lose the fee you just. Okay, well there you go. There just seems to be tons of them, absolutely tons of them. It is the thief robbed concept. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much, Max B. I did not know that. Do we need to do more than follow the 4 given links and register to be in the giveaway possibility? I don't believe so, William. I don't believe so. As long as you've clicked the link that's in the description and that was in the chat. Where was it? I lost it a long time ago. I don't think. Did Jonathan pin it? He may not have done. I'm having to go a long way to try and find this.
I think Hamid, back to your gold comment. I think a lot of that stuff is sort of in the price now. There was a bit of voicing, about it before it actually happened. So it wasn't really a surprise move. And I mean, gold has ran up pretty strongly the past few days. So I would say part of that continued run was that news. So at this point, you would argue that it's probably in the price already.
Yeah. So William, just to answer your question, so if you go to this link that I've just reshared, it's pinned in the top of the live chat on YouTube. If you go to that link, basically each one of the steps that you do is an entry into the giveaway. So it's a bit like a raffle. So you do one of them, you get one entry. You do two of them, you get two entries, and so on and so on. So that's how it works. So yeah. Candlesticks aren't as reliable as they used to be because of algo trading. Yeah, could be. But when were they reliable? Kavika. Can I giveaway a funded account? Any chance? Nope, not going to happen. Sorry. If you find a prop firm that gives away a funded account, let me know. All right, and I'll probably call the authorities on them because they're probably going to be scamming you. Any prop firm worth following is not going to be giving you away a funded account for free. They might give away some challenges, might give away some evaluation accounts, but you're not going to get anything else other than that. So yeah, engulfing candles after engulfing candles. I don't know. Kavika, engulfings. The problem is with engulfings is you can't just look at them on their own, right? Singularity. You've got to look at them in a wider picture, right? You've got to look at them from other context as well. For example, like liquidity and stuff like that, right? If you dig deeper into them and you back test, you look for engulfing candles and the retest of those engulfing candles, you can find some really good opportunities. One really good one, I haven't used it in a long time, but one that one person did share with me and I back tested it myself, is if you go to the 4 hour time frame, right? And if you this is on gold, right? And if you go to the 4 hour, and I'll try and find you guys an example of it. And if you find, where is that one?
Yeah, it's only one piece of the puzzle. So when you take that candle, you got to view it then within the wider context as well. So it just gives you a higher probabilistic view of the next move. It doesn't guarantee anything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're definitely more reliable on higher time frames generally. So particularly your 1 hour, 4 hour daily, that kind of stuff, really, really good. Lower time frames, there's a lot more noise, that kind of thing, in a lot of the price signals that you'll get. So you got to take them with a bit more of a grain of salt. So
I'm struggling. I haven't looked at these in a long time on the 4 hour, so I'm struggling to see an example of it. But basically, if you look for proper engulfing candles, something like this one here, right? Now that one, you haven't had a retest, right? Because it's just shot up, and that's because gold has just been so bullish, it's unreal. But ordinarily, you could get some decent trades on gold using the 4 hour and using the engulfing, whereby you look for the engulfing candle and you look for the retest of the wick. So that's why I've got this area marked out here, because you've got this engulfing candle to the upside, and I would have been expecting a retest for it to push up, right? Trying to see, I actually can't see any examples of it, which is quite surprising. I mean, you could potentially be seeing an example of it right now, where you have this engulfing to the downside. Within, I think is normally within the next 4 or 5 candles, you want to see the wick retested. If the wick gets retested, and if the retest does not go past 50% of the wick, so in this instance it has, so that wouldn't be a valid trade. But if it doesn't go past 50% of the wick, then you can take a sell opportunity and you just write it down. So that was one that I used to use, but you might be right, Kavika. It might be the algos have ruined that, because I couldn't see many options of that on that scroll back that I just did. No worries, William. Somebody did ask about USD JPY, so I don't want to disappoint them if they haven't already switched off. USD JPY we looked at this morning, if I'm not mistaken, and is actually looking really good for longs, which I think we'd said at the time that would have been nice for longs. We had this separate, let me just hide that one. So we had this breakout on the, what was it, on the 15-minute. So 15-minute breakout structure. So we had lower highs, failed to make the lower lows, and then we had this massive spike up. So draw the fib from the bottom to the top. It came down, touched the 6180, came up, broke the high, came back down again, touched the 50, and is now going higher. So we were talking about this actually on stream this morning with LJ on the 5er stream. So you could have, I mean, if you'd gone for it, you could have taken, for example, stops down there, take profits down there, and you've got a nice 2R on that one. So and that one could take you up further up here, but that needs bullish momentum on the dollar. And as you can see at the moment, based on this price action, it's struggling to maintain it. It's struggling to get that volume in. So yeah. LJ, correct. It's just due about a correction for going long again. It did break all-time high yesterday when India launched the rockets. What are we talking about here? What was all-time high?
Referring to gold. From when we were mentioning it earlier.
But it didn't break all-time highs yesterday.
No, not all-time highs. No, we just basically where we topped out was I believe near one of the fib levels. Yeah, 23% fib level from the all-time high to the recent low that we had at 3,200. So it's just ran into that. Right now we're oscillating the 38%. But yeah, we're just kind of sitting around here.
Yeah. Akmal, I'm not sure what asset you're referring to. If you're referring to the USD JPY, then yes, this previous 4-hour candle, this one here, with the long wick, that's a really nice bullish momentum indicator, because price has come down, tested the wick of this one, gone up and taken the entirety of the body and pushed higher. So that is indeed a nice indication. If you're talking about gold, let's have a look. Gold, I mean, it's turned bullish, but it's pulling down. Gold is pulling down. So that example of the 4-hour, I mean, it could still be a valid trade. Testing the wick and pushing further down. There's major liquidity there on the 4-hour. You've got, let's see, anything further down. You've still got all of this down here. And you've got another one down here as well. So there's still tons and tons of liquidity further down for price to come and take out. So I would be not entirely surprised if we saw lower lows, not lower lows, but a drop on gold. That one there looks, I think it's still okay for the shorts to get to that take profit, but we'll see. When will you bring back the $1 accounts giveaway for everyone? Last time was 2023. Stan, this afternoon, you have got the CEO of the 5ers up against the CEO of Trade the Pool. I would say that is your ideal opportunity to post that question in the chat and see what he says.
Yeah.
But I remember that, and it created all kinds of chaos for the 5ers because it was so popular. And the majority of people blew their accounts. There is only one man or woman, but one person that I know who still has their $1 bootcamp account from 2023, and that is Stephen. Stephen from our ABL community. He's in the 5ers as well, but he's not normally on Discord. But Stephen, he's still got it. He's on phase 3 of that bootcamp $1 account. That is patience, my friend. That is patience. 15-minute on gold just turned red. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't use Heikanashi, so if you say it did, then fair enough. I made 4 entries. Any other ways to scale up my probability to win? Not sure I understand, Anas. Number of entries isn't going to increase your probability to win. Well, it will, but hang on, you're talking about the giveaway. Nothing else you can do, Akas. Anas, nothing else you can do. You got to be in it to win it. You done that? Sit and wait and enjoy. Akram is in with us. Good to see you, mate. Hope you are well. Breaker structure, says Staroff. Possibly. It's taken the low. What's interesting is the 5 minutes reacted from that, so we'll see. But this is now the most recent resistance, this wick here. So we'll see. Let's go back to GU. Is GU doing anything more interesting than it was? Not in the slightest. GU looks ants.
Pushed up a little, but similarly like the euro. We're just kind of pottering around at the minute.
Yeah.
Let's
have a look. Yeah, really nothing of great note to look at. I don't exclude anybody, Hamed, but I don't know is the honest answer. Jonatan manages it and looks after it, so I don't know how he has it set up, but I don't think so. But I honestly don't know is the honest answer. I know there's settings and stuff that he can use for it with Gleam, so he'll be a better person to ask when he comes back from his lunch, having eaten his chicken feet. Mike, I'm not liking the deep retracements on gold. Should we not wait for New York session? Very good, very good. Sir Jones, nothing wrong with waiting for New York. There's there's no one strategy fits all. You've got to work with what works for you. I didn't take this trade. This was just a trade idea. If you guys were watching, this was just a trade idea that I put out in terms of just indicating what would be the kind of structure and everything else to look for. In actual fact, I didn't realize on the 1 minute it got taken out. So not a valid trade anyway. My apologies. I didn't even realize. Let's have a look. I was too busy gassing and not paying attention. And that is perfect equal high on the on the 1 minute. So that is going to be a significant area of interest to be targeted. So that would suggest that we are likely to potentially hit where we are right now. Probably I would like to see us come a bit lower because we've still got this area here. This perfect double bottom on the 1 minute. So I'd personally like to see us come down there. Probably, let's see. We go to that high there. Yeah, I'd still like us to come back to this area, if I'm honest. Does that give us anything on, say, the 15-minute to react from? Nope, it doesn't, because the whole trading view has frozen. Let's try that again. We've got gasoline stocks coming in. Is that right? That can't be right. So come further down, but let's have a look on the 15-minute. Is there anything in that area? Not really. There is that here. that there is a nice area. So you could see a reaction on that one there, potentially. The reality is, guys, is that New York will move things to some extent, but even in New York, I don't think you're going to see a massive amount of movement until the rate decision. I think you're just going to see a lot of chop. As we said earlier, go get your knives and chop around and get ready to cook later on. Prepare your vegetables.
Yeah, it'll probably be fairly quiet until we get closer to that FOMC. Possibly some headlines from Trump or whatnot before that, but yeah, it's another bit more quiet session today.
What is this that you're teasing us with, Akram? What is this that you're teasing us with? Templates. There you go, guys. I don't think the streaming is doing it much favors, but there you go, guys. Look at that. You got a collection of templates from Akram all in there. Look at that.
It's great. A bunch of different color layouts. That's good.
That is beautiful. Great stuff, Akram. You can find that, guys, in the technical tools and indicators. So go check that out. 61% retracement on. Okay, you need to be a bit more specific, Sarif, on 61. Where, on what time frame, what level? That's impossible to know. US economy hasn't shown any weakness yet. Would you guys consider longer stream time on AlphaBeta Lab in the mornings? Don't know. What do you think, LJ?
Possibly, we could do. We're also working on a bunch of other things in the background, building out the platform, that sort of thing. So we do have to have a little bit of wiggle room with that to do some planning and that sort of thing. But yeah, definitely, if you guys want that, we could definitely do a little bit of a longer session, see how everyone enjoys that. And
yeah, absolutely.
Not out of the question. As long as if there's the demand for it from people, then perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing you got to remember, Sir Jones, is for us to do those live streams, we need more viewers. Since Alex has moved on, I'm now leading the whole AlphaBeta Labs project, and the AlphaBeta Labs project isn't YouTube live streams. That's not the main reason for them. The main reason for AlphaBeta Labs is this that you can see on your screen right now. It's the education community, and we have got tons and tons of plans for that. So right now, if you go in there and you look at the courses, you've got the foundation into fundamentals, you've got the foundations of controlling the monkey mind, and you've got the gold system with Daniel. That is 3 courses. We've got 2 more in the works right now that the editors are working on. Then there's another one that Dirk is doing on crypto. We've got LJ working on a concept for one as well. We've got one about neurolinguistic programming. We've got another one about what was the other one? Got one from Victor. That was right. So there's another bunch of different courses that we're working on, and that's just the start. So the real kind of test for us is going to be building that out and getting you guys involved. LJ and Dirk are going to be doing regular fundamentals workshops over in the lab, so live events inside the platform. And Dirk had a really cool idea, which I really liked. We had a meeting earlier on, and Dirk suggested us doing like a regular pub quiz type thing. Now, doing a pub quiz virtually is tricky, I'm not going to lie, but it's possible. It is possible. So, we could do, I don't know when we would do it and everything else, but we could do pub quiz style thing and, some kind of prizes, or I don't know, we'll need to figure it out. It's a brand new idea that just came up, but we've got tons and tons of ideas, tons and tons of suggestions as well. So keep them coming, and we'll certainly bear them in mind. But we've also got to remember that aside from doing live streams, we've actually got to do all the other work to move things along. So if we're on live streams all the time, we can't do all the other stuff that you guys would like to use. So yeah, but you never know. Let's have a look. We haven't looked at is we haven't looked at the indices. Let's go have a look at what the indices are doing. Indices are still up as they were this morning. US are slightly higher. 5 minute Dow looking up. Let's see on the 4 hour. Yeah, it's no longer a valid entry on that. Kind of looks short. Well, actually, no, maybe not. No, it still looks long. At least for the Dow. S&P has already reached these highs. I think we were talking about that yesterday, weren't we, LJ? But the S&P has already reached these highs and is now starting to trickle down. The Dow hasn't done that yet. It hasn't reached up up to this area, and the Nas has already broken past it. So not yet entirely clear how things are going to play out on this one right now. But I think it was Kavika who said, or somebody was saying, wait for New York to open. Very wise choice. Very wise choice. That will bring in some volatility. It'll bring in some volume into the market. So it might just need to be a case of sit on our hands and wait, which is unfortunately what we said this morning as well. So
we definitely do have a very big rejection candle. That said, it entirely depends on what your view is over the next period as to whether the tariff thing is actually going to drive stuff down, if that's actually going to turn out poor, and recession, stagflation, that kind of thing, or if we'll end up getting worked out and everything goes back to normal and we start powering on. Yeah. There's a lot of mixed opinions out there. Some people calling for a recession, other people saying it doesn't matter, that sort of thing. We will probably talk more about that in our macro session that I'll be doing with Dirk on fundamentals and macro. So we'll cover a lot of that stuff and a lot of the opposing opinions and outlooks and that sort of thing. So yeah, if any of you guys are interested in that, then jump in there. Also help you out with other things as well, as far as if you are either trading stocks or investing in stocks as well, or the indices themselves, lends itself all to that. So when we get to a day listed for that, definitely keep an eye out. And
just looking at that wick rejection that Kavika's mentioning, there's definitely validity to it. Sometimes though, the wick rejections actually just create liquidity. So when you see something like that, your instinct is possibly to say, oh, look how much it rejected, we've got to go higher. The thing is that can actually then just be an inducement for getting all of the buyers to say, all right, okay, we've done our sell-off, right now it's time to buy. And all the people that jumped in at all of these levels here, you can have all those buyers and they'll be taken out. So this actually becomes major liquidity rather than an indication of us going higher. I'm not saying that's the case, but it has happened in the past where you see a big wick like that and you think, oh, okay, we must be going higher. It doesn't always work out that way. So just be warned. I mean, we've got no record of it here. I mean, okay, TradingView only goes to 2009 on this one. It's not guaranteed. So just be warned. I mean, look, this one here, for example, this one there, price came down and actually took it out. So got to be careful with those. Can we go? Can we go short on gold? I don't know what gold was doing after that trade that I didn't realize was taken out. Let's have a look. Yeah, see how it's come down. It's taken that level that I mentioned. Came down and took it straight out. Whether it's going to go short yet, I would like to probably see, ideally, I'd like to see a better reaction in this area here, in that one. It's not a bad reaction right now, but I don't know if it hasn't. Can't tell. Let's have a look. Yeah, it did take the high, so it could be decent for sells right now. Taking it further down, but I don't think you've got much room to target. I think you've got to be careful with those longs. Let's see if we got a higher time frame.
Trying to have a bit of a look higher again, gradually. Really need to get past that 143.50 kind of level to actually see much strength in the dollar overall. I think if dollar yen can breach that, I think you'd see euro and pound and stuff come off. But so long as we're just stuck in this range here, I think it'll be the same thing. Just like we're with gold, we're kind of just holding around in here. So
yeah, the 90-day pause on tariffs set the bottom of that candle, but
yeah, it did.
You know, doesn't mean anything, right? That was just, if anything, that then means that it was a reactionary position that the markets then suddenly said, oh, 90 days, okay, great, we got some time. All those people that were selling are still going to have orders down there, so there's still positions in and around there that you've got to be aware of. So
yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah. I do have a general feeling that we will sustain the highs and keep moving up, especially as I probably expect the 90 days to be extended as well. I'll go to 180 days. There's only so much you can do in such a short amount of time, and I think they will need more time. So, and at some point, if that's the case, and everyone goes, okay, this is actually just going to take quite a while to all get done. At some point, people go like, okay, I need to put money to work. I got to put capital to work somewhere. And then you may just get the flows going in, and we go back to sort of normal, even though this stuff is going on in the background, but everything sort of levels out. The forward indicators for, macro data and stuff also support that as well. Number of people calling for recession. The data isn't really supporting that whatsoever. So without getting a recession, I would be, at least of the lean, that we do stay higher. And exactly, that candle is suggesting that as well. Nothing's off the table though with Trump, so
no, this is it exactly. So you never know what's going to be coming from him, and you've got to somehow figure out what sound bites from him you're meant to take seriously and which ones you're not meant to take seriously, because there's just so many of them. So yeah, Nitin's asking about the Bitcoin. Bitcoin, we were talking about it this morning. Bitcoin hasn't been able to break that 98 level. Now the thing is with Bitcoin is that if you look when we were in these, before we broke out to the all-time highs at 108,000 and above, we sat here for a really long time, and you got this huge cluster here for several weeks, and we're just back in that area. So I'm still bullish on Bitcoin overall. Are we going to get a pullback, a deeper retracement before we go higher? It's Bitcoin. Anything's possible. So I think you were saying, LJ, that there was somebody who was shorting a massive position on Bitcoin the other day, wasn't there?
Yeah, there has been a number of people calling for shorts from here on Bitcoin, but kind of similar to stocks. I don't really see it going down. And the kind of thing where people do start shorting it like that, often you don't end up going down because a number of people jump in short, price keeps pressing up, they get liquidated, and then you end up just going the other way, right? So I don't see the view lower. From a constructive standpoint on, technicals on the chart, it definitely looks like, quite bullish. I think the backdrop that we have, as far as the tariff type thing and all the fiasco that we've had recently is definitely calmed down. And I think from now, people, like I said, at some point got to, get back to it, right?
Yeah,
deploy capital,
exactly.
put their money somewhere, and people just go, okay, well, am I going to wait around forever for this thing to collapse?
Exactly.
No. And then eventually you just keep rising. I think that's what we're seeing now as well, across all indices, really.
Yeah, 100%. Cool. Just checking, getting a bunch of notifications. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. But yeah, I'm generally overall bullish on Bitcoin. I don't know if I think there was a recent event or conference or something. I think it was in Dubai with Raoul Pal talking and basically reaffirming his viewpoint. So if you want to learn more, go check out people like Raoul Pal, and what's his platform called? Vision.
Real Vision. Yeah, Raoul
Real
Pal's really good. So you got Real Vision. They do a bunch of macro things as well, and a whole bunch of crypto. They've got a separate portion of it that is entirely dedicated to crypto. So definitely check that out. I think he has his own personal YouTube channel as well now, where he sort of interviews a lot of interesting people in various spaces around that stuff. I think it's called Raoul Pal the Journeyman or something.
Yes, something like that.
But yeah, so definitely check that man out. So
he's
good
he's an acquired taste. He's he doesn't mince his words, let's say. So
he doesn't beat around the bush.
He can be a little bit brash and a little bit in your face in terms of how he talks about things. But he says himself he's a mercenary, right? And that he's made ridiculous amounts of money trading the market. So feel free to check it out. It's not an endorsement. It's not a subscription or anything like that. But if you want to learn more, he's as good a place to start as any to understand. Haresh just took Bitcoin on the 1 hour, same type of price action as it's on 1 day, same dump and pump. Haresh, you and your dumps and pumps, honestly, I worry about you, my friend. I worry. But I guess I can see it. I can kind of see it. I just don't like. I don't like price action on Bitcoin. It's for intraday trading on Bitcoin is horrible. It's very, very messy. I'd say it's even worse than gold, in my mind. Let's go back.
Something to trade over a couple of months or something. Really, much like a stock. You hold it a bit longer. That sort of thing.
Yeah. So, don't look to trade Bitcoin. Look to invest in Bitcoin. That's where you can potentially get returns. Buy the dips, as they say. Buy the dips. Let's see. Euro NZD. LJ, tell us what your thoughts on your neighbours down there in the southern hemisphere.
God damn. New Zealand dollar's been New Zealand dollar and the Aussie dollar basically been moving together in sync lately. The New Zealand dollar, however, has tended to outperform on a percentage basis over the Aussie, and it's still tended to hold gains a lot better. Whereas the Aussies come up a number of times and then given a lot back, and we're constantly kind of back and forth. The Aussie dollars, New Zealand dollars definitely pumped much stronger and sort of held on to the levels and the progress that's made. So it's quite interesting to see because even, you get good news out of Australia for the election, all that kind of thing, very strong majority, positive for the Aussie dollar. New Zealand dollar run up in sympathy, but actually outperformed that. So it is strange to see at the minute.
You can definitely see the similarities. between them there on the 2 hourly charts, right? But as you say, the New Zealand seems to just pick up a lot more strength at the end of April. Kind of the second half of April just had a greater push up, whereas there's almost like a lag for the Aussie to catch up.
It's good if you mark out the distance, because on looking at it that way, it almost looks like the Aussie is somewhat performed better just there. But if you do it on a percentage look, then you'll see that New Zealand ran a lot further. New Zealand dollar.
9.8% roughly, versus this one.
Aussie would be somewhat similar there, but
so I mean, to that move there, it was 8.78. It's only now getting to the 9.75 on the most recent highs.
Yeah.
So
basically every day it's sort of been overperforming the Aussie moves by about 0.1 to 0.2% every single day.
Would you therefore be bullish on the New Zealand dollar overall? Because I know you're quite bullish on the Aussie dollar.
Yeah, more so just in them moving in sync. Australia and New Zealand are, largely outside the whole tariff picture. New Zealand did have a few problems a while ago. Housing crashed right off. All of that sort of seems to have settled down, and they're kind of a bit more back to things as usual. I wouldn't necessarily be excessively bullish. I think there is more in that from the Aussie dollar, just because the Aussie does have a lot more trade with, say, like China, that kind of thing. So as that sort of news starts to filter out and you get deals or progress made there, then that'll probably hit the Aussie a bit more beneficially over New Zealand. But
Somebody was asking about silver. Silver, yes, I can see potential sells, but it has moved very impulsively. So I would be careful. Probably want to wait and see what does it do in around these levels. You've got this one here, which is wickless. So you've got level there. And then you've also got another one here, up there. So what you want to see is probably price come up here, ideally not break any higher than there, is probably where I'd want to see maximum. And then I'd be looking to get into sells. Do it any sooner, and I don't see the necessary confirmations. I want to see some kind of rejection into this area. I want to see price take this level, come in here, and then reject. Otherwise, I would be careful.
As far as the so-called very important news from Trump on Friday, it's always hard to say because he's very hyperbolic. So he'll say something's incredibly important, or it's going to, break the world, or all this kind of thing, and then it sometimes is important, sometimes it's just general chatter, right? So my suspicions of what it may be is they were talking about last week how they've come close, or just in the final pockets of sorting out the India deal. They had a few other things going on the side as well, and Scott Bessent did say that he'll allow Trump to announce it himself. Yes, that was the cat. So I think that may be the package. They were saying they want to announce all these things together as one. So it might be Trump coming out to go and say that, and so he can take the win and all that. That looks like what the suspicion is, and I imagine they may have actually gotten that stuff done, and that's what it could be. Seeing as Scott Bessent is now going to China, so naturally the first thing would be to get the other ones lined up, and then you go over and try to sort out China after. So that would be my suspicion. Maybe there's some more details with the Russia-Ukraine thing. After the events recently, I don't know if they would have all of a sudden started making some progress. Russia has the military displays and stuff going on shortly, so I imagine as far as them, it won't be until after. And then you'd need Russia to be part of the Iran talks as well. So
he says not trade related, but the thing is, everything's trade related. Everything that Trump's going to do is going to have some kind of trade impact, whether it be tariffs or otherwise. There's going to be something. So just need to be cautious of that.
Could be something on taxes as well. Something to do with that.
He was promising on that, wasn't he?
This is why it's hard to say, because other times he said, I'm not going to talk about trade-related stuff or tariff-related stuff. Talks about something for 15 minutes and then he just goes on talking about tariffs. So it is very hard to just completely follow everything he says, because he changes his mind in 3 seconds, right? So
yeah, exactly. Gold analysis. We've been looking at gold several times. So if you go back through the stream, you'll see our thoughts on gold. But I'm looking at this silver one, because silver one looks interesting. Whether you might get a sell opportunity on here, might be a nice one to keep an eye on. Just want to see how it plays out. At the moment, I'm not seeing anything worth taking, but we'll wait and see. Right now, I mean, that's a pretty strong sell indication, that 1 minute candle right now. But then it does that. So you've got to be very, very careful with silver. Silver is just as nasty as gold sometimes with these wicks and everything. Just be careful with how you approach it. But theoretically, that looks okay as a setup. It's not ideal though. I think we're probably going to go higher still and wait for us to come and take this level that I mentioned earlier. Silver is going to take out those highs and then sell off. Could do. Who knows? Quite possibly. Gold might be a buy. It might be. Gold might be a buy. It might be a sell. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, we're very much in neutral ground at the minute. So,
yeah.
I mean, you can look at it one way. It looks bullish. You squint again. Looks bearish at the moment. We're just very much stuck in the neutral area, not really going anywhere. Basically just keep an eye on each extent of the range that we've had and just look for a break of one of those. Otherwise, from here, you're basically just doing a coin toss of the direction. So, yeah. Because of FOMC ahead, barring any Trump related things before that, most people will be sitting on their hands today. So,
yeah. Emmanuel, we don't have a training program as such. There is a lot of content on the 5ers YouTube channel with a lot of evergreen posts and videos in there going through all the different kind of educational stuff that the 5ers have produced over the years. We, myself and LJ from the AlphaBeta lab, if you go and check out our community, we are part of the wider 5ers group, and we are essentially bringing to the world of trading a free online educational community by traders for traders. So come check us out. We've got some courses already there, and we're adding more all the time. We are building out something really, really high quality, so it takes us a little bit longer for the video editors and everyone else to build it all out and get it all, to the standard that we want. There's a lot of graphic content, as you can imagine, but yeah, we're working hard to build something out. So come check us out and see if you find something that might be of interest to you. Gold looks like a sell right now, if I'm honest, and then I say that and then it goes higher. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to call it either way. Silver.
Yeah, I mean, we're just moving in a $5 range on gold. It's really not much going on. That's maybe $7. The past kind of 2 hours or past hour.
Yeah.
Before,
Vish Wanath, I literally put the link on the screen just a second ago. It's also in the description. It's on the scrolling message along the bottom. Click on the link, or don't click on the link, but follow the link, thealphabetalab.com. What you can do is, it's there on the screen right now. Pause the stream, write it down, go check it out, and come and join us. We are currently at, let's have a look, 965 followers, or no, not followers, members. So look, we got handsome looking fellas like LJ right there in the community. So come join us, and we'll love to have you with us. Let's see what else we got. For gold, I think is good for a buy, but not no because of the geopolitical news. Possibly. Scalp for quick profits with bullish bias. Gold still bullish on the 4-hour and higher. Are you sure about that, Kavika? There's still another 2 hours to go, and it cannot break this area. I wouldn't say so. Nur Sultan, Euro USD. What do you think on Euro USD, LJ?
Euro dollar, I mean, we are gradually sort of climbing, sort of very, very staggeredly. Again, we're not going too far. We're kind of just consolidating these areas at the moment. Dollar index is not giving any indication either. Obviously, Euro's the most heavy component of that. Dollar yen is gradually also trying to push higher. And basically, they're just going inverse to each other. So every time dollar yen shifts up a bit, euro shifts down a bit, and then they keep just trading places like that. So it looks like just the dollar cross correlated flows. There's nothing really driving price action at the moment. From a larger outlook, it does appear as though we have sort of steadied the kind of base after coming off from all-time highs. So it's a fair shot that, we do want to come higher. I think that is probably the overall base case. The problem with that as well, when it does become the base case of, a lot of people looking for it to come higher, same with the institutions, everyone starts positioning, the trade starts to get more and more crowded over time. And then it makes it actually harder and harder to get up, even though everyone is still bullish on it, really, right? Yeah. So at the moment, though, no one really wants to call that until FOMC. So, as far as the intraday kind of outlook, just define the range that we've had and kind of play edge to edge. Because depending on, if you look at it on, say, like a 4-hour, it looks like we've kind of hit a pause point. The 1 hour looks like you could keep creeping up. 15 minutes a bit mixed as well. Yeah, kind of similar to what we had on gold just before. If you do look at on the 4 hour, like Kavika was saying, it looks bullish. But on the 1 hour, I would say it looks bearish. So we're gradually like sloping off, right? So we are just very mixed. So it's going to depend what your timeline for the trade is, what your outlook is.
Yeah. So. Here he is, the man himself. You always jump in, and you always jump in and never let me do like a proper, like transition away from ABL and back to the 5ers. We're trying to make this professional.
I want to say hi to you guys. Like, what's up, guys? How are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you. What's up? Well, honestly, really, I wanted to say hi to you, LJ. I don't really care about you, Mikey. You just want to run that intro. You don't care about me either. Obviously, you don't want to run the intro. And how you doing, LJ?
I'm doing well, brother. How you been yourself?
Feeling rich today.
Yeah, feeling rich. We like to hear that. That's good.
Good stuff. What are you drinking? Is that wine again?
No, it's a bit of it's actually just red soft drink.
Right. Okay.
But I felt like something.
You're saving the whiskey for the ABL.
Yeah.
Dreams.
Is red cordial?
I got sick of drank my coffee. Got sick of drinking water. So
I'm looking at buying. I need to buy a new like mic stand, boom arm, and I'm looking at this Elgato thing. And man, they are beautiful. They're like
Elgato stuff is good. I gotta say,
it's really good. Like I bought one of these. See if you can see it. I bought one of these. Can you? Oh man, I can't.
Almost. Not quite.
Over the okay. So one of these Stream Deck Plus, right?
Stream Deck. Yeah.
And I don't even have I haven't had time to actually do anything with it, but it looks really good. And I got this Stream Deck Mini. This is awesome because I can have it like next to me, and then I can like, and you know, do it like that. And I can do this, like I can press this one, and I'm gone.
Well, there you go.
And I'm back.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Yeah, who's the CEO of the 5ers? The CEO of the 5ers is Saul.
Yes.
And he will be in later on, ready
Yes,
to
about 1
take on Trade the Pool. So yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be good.
Absolutely demolish Michael, Mickey.
Exactly. Not me, the other Mike.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, that is it for us from the ABL crew. We would love to have you come and join us. If you would like to, then come and join us at thealphabetalab.com. Otherwise, we'll leave you to it, Jonathan.
Right.
And yeah, we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. Catch you later, guys.
Right, take care,
Come
guys.
join us. See you. Bye.
Take care.
Well, I thought he was going to run the intro, but apparently no. Coming up. He got one job. One. Finally, we're back.
Sorry, how am I supposed to know that you wanted the outro? You jumped in randomly at random time. I don't know.
All right, so let's see. What are we trading today? We got this mic screen on. It's not supposed to be mic screen on. It's weird. These ABL guys, I don't even know what they're doing. Put that up. Good. Right, so today, what are we doing today? Well, honestly, like most of the things we're going to be doing today, we're going to be browsing different items for me to buy. Because I have this idea, like if I buy one thing every week and I time it with the delivery date, then if I buy enough things, eventually I've forgotten what I've ordered. So when I get the notification, you get a package to pick up, I'm like, oh, I have no idea what that is. It's amazing. It's like a small. It's like a small Christmas every day. And now, I need your advice on something, okay? I need your advice on something. I need you to help me out. I need to buy a new mic stand. Is that anyone like anyone watching? You guys streaming anything or anything like that? Let me know if you have any experience with that. Because the one I have now, the mic arm for this microphone right here, I ordered that on Amazon. It's like $10. $10. Very cheap. And it's like, it's falling apart. It's really falling apart. Brandon says, I like the other guys. I'm out. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But they are most likely very happy to hear that. And if you want to see more of Michael and LJ, make sure that you do head over to the AlphaBeta Labs. You know what? We're not gonna do any shopping today. We will instead look at actual. The actual markets. Okay, so we took a trade earlier today on gold. Let's see what happened with that one. close that one in profit. I want to show you I have I got 2 orders set as well on MetaTrader on US 100 and the GBP JPY, so we're going to look at that one. Let me see, where is that one? Okay, so on US 100, the Nasdaq, I got a system. Oh, hello Maya. Oh, I like you as well. I like you very much. Like you very much. I like it. I like it. Welcome to the live stream. Let me know if you have any questions. Well, you probably, man, you're here quite a lot. USD CHF. I think, look at this. I think this guy wants me to analyze CHF. USD CHF, please analyze, man. Please analyze USD CHF. I am buying 5 lots of USD CHF. Yep, you definitely like USD CHF. So what are we gonna do today? We're gonna look at USD CHF. Buy 5 lots. Isn't that quite a lot? I mean, I don't know about you. Okay, this looks good. On the 1 minute, this looks really, really good for a buy. Doesn't it? Okay, so let's do a down top analysis here. We're going to start with the 1 minute, then we're going to go up to the 5 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 minute, 4 hour, and all of that. Okay, so right now we are looking at the 1 minute being a support. Now, what's interesting with doing like a, you know, not a top down analysis, but actually looking at the lower time frames first, and then going up into the higher time frames, is you can see if, like, this is an important level on the 1 minute. Is it also an important level on the 5 minute? Let's see. Yes, it is. Is it also an important level on the 50 minute? Yeah, I would say it is. It is on the 1 minute. Make sure that it's actually visible on all intervals. Is it an important level on the 1 minute? The 1 hour? Yes. The 4 hour? I guess I would say less important, but if you draw it here to the left, which I can't, and you'll see right here that definitely an important level on the 4 hour as well. Is it an important level on the daily? Yep, it's a level on the daily. So you don't really have to do top-down analysis every time. It works in reverse as well, which is quite interesting. Reach out to support. If you have any questions regarding KYC or anything like that, reach out to support and they will help you out. Okay, so the person who wanted me to look at USD CHF, let me know what time frame are you looking at? What are your time rising? Like, what's the trade based on here? While I wait for you to comment on that, I will go over and I will look at USD US 100. You're gonna look at the Nasdaq because I have a range trading EA activated a couple of orders. Wow, thank you. That's an amazing comment right there. That really kind of like a positive heart attack, like a good thing. That hit. I'm trying to say things, and it comes out weird. It's a lovely comment, though. Thank you for that. I can't believe I'm here. I got hundreds of people watching me, and I'm just saying these weird things. Pricing how. Oh man, I gotta stop. I'm gonna just shut down all the chats and everything when I do these live streams. It's getting, messages all over. Okay, so what is the trade? Right now, it has orders set for a sell right here. Actually, it's pretty much the same trade as yesterday. I lost a little bit on that one yesterday, so it hit my stop loss. But that's the short. So I'm gonna open a short position on the Nasdaq. Oh, it's FOMC today. Interesting. I'm pretty sure though that it's gonna close. It's gonna remove all orders before FOMC if it haven't activated yet. But these are my orders that I have in right now for US 100. I got a long order here, so that's the short order. And then we got, it has the stop loss at the same place, basically. And it's gonna TP up here. So it's around 1-to-1 risk to reward on both of these trades. And as you can see, it's based on, you can kind of see what it's based on here, right? It looks at this low as the range low, and it looks at that high as the range high. And then what it does is it puts in a buy order on range high, and it puts in a sell order on the range lows, basically trading Nasdaq on the breakout in either direction. So right now it has orders in. I can show you MetaTrader right away, so you can actually see what it does right here. I got this. This is my MetaTrader terminal that I use for the EAs. So you can see here, I'm working on coding a couple of scripts here. So you can see here, here's the US 100 EA, and basically what it does is you can see the green line and the red line. The green line is the top of the range. The red line is the low of the range. So it's and then it puts order based on that. It's 1-to-1 risk to reward, and it also has a built-in function for trading stop loss based on the ATR. Stop loss is a trailing stop loss function moving with the ATR, and then it's closing. It's never trading over weekends. It's closing all the trades and removing all the orders about when the US market is closing. So it's only trading, it looks at like once every day. So once every day it's going to place orders, and then it removes them. So it places orders 1 hour before US market open, and then it removes the order 1 hour or on the hour that the US market is closing. And then we got the US 30 breakout strategy here as well. And then I got GBP, JPY. This is a high time frame breakout strategy. You can see right here, it wants to buy here, with that being the stop loss and that being the TP. This doesn't make a lot of sense. This doesn't make a lot of sense from a visual point of view, but it's interesting nonetheless. And then I got the gold EA running right here. So very interesting. Everything happening, complete automatic. All the profits, everything that you see in this account right here is I've been testing some orders, but most of the you can see right here, all the small profits and loss, that's just me testing the EAs. So you can actually see here that it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 trades, and only 1 is a loser, which is impressive, but not a lot of trades, right? So we gotta wait a month or 2 to really see what it really looks like. Okay, let's go over to trading view. What broker do we use in the backend? We have a we don't use any retail brokers like Yasin commented here. We have a specific we have a group of liquidity providers, and they're, I'm not going to name names because I'm not really sure, but there has been an interview in the past with Gil, the founder of the The5ers, talking about this. It's some of the biggest and most reliable liquidity providers in the trading industry. That's also why we are able to provide the best trading conditions, the tightest spreads, and the lowest commissions throughout the whole trading industry for any and all prop firms out there. And if you don't believe me, you can go to a website and can log into our a demo account created to demonstrate the spread, and you can try it out for yourself and look at the spreads that are for the major forex pairs. Most of the time it's around 0 spreads, and for indices, for example, we have a commission of 0, no commissions. Sir, please use DCHF, sell or buy, your prediction, tell me. Okay, so I'm not here to give predictions, I'm not here to give signals, I'm not here to tell you to buy or to sell. I'm here to give you my honest opinion on the markets from a technical perspective. And my honest opinion on USDCHF, what I said before was, I mean, first of all, you look at USDCHF here, and my honest opinion on this is I don't have an opinion. That's my opinion. I'm not gonna trade this. I'm not sure if it's the not sure if I want to go long, not sure if I want to go short. So my honest opinion on this is we'll probably move on to another pair. Okay, so it's not about not naming liquidity providers. Go and watch the interview we did a while back on with Gil, the founder of The5ers, and he talks a lot about that. The reason why I don't want to name it here, because I'm not sure exactly on what liquidity providers was mentioned in that video and which of them we are using today. If it's the same, it's better for you to have the updated information on that. But go back and watch the interview that we did with Gil, I think last year. Really good interview, and he explains all of that in that video. And by the way, guys, we are running a giveaway. Welcome, Victor, as well. We're gonna give away. So in the link, there's a link in the comment section, a pinned comment, a giveaway, and in about 30 minutes, we're gonna have Saul and Mickey from Trader Pool and The5ers, both the CEO of both of the companies, are gonna come on and do a live trading challenge. And if Saul wins, we're gonna give away a 5ers account, and if Mickey wins, we're gonna give away a Trade the Pool account. All right, Victor, you're coming in to save me.
Yeah, that's hi everyone. How is everyone doing? Yes, I have the honor to be with you guys for a little while, as Jonatan will be coming back for the last hour. So
yeah,
Jonatan,
that's right.
Before without taking more of your time, holding you here, how are you today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Lots to do. We got a video to record. We have some exciting things happening here at The5ers. Exciting thing to announce. I'm gonna record a little announcement video, and when that's done, I'm gonna be back and I'm gonna do this challenge. How are you, Victor?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing my thing. Yeah, I'm doing well. Actually, I will tell you about it later on when you come back, perhaps, or maybe tomorrow. But I'm dabbling into scalping a little bit more than I used to, and I'm would like to share that with the audience as well a little bit.
All right, man. Sounds good. I will be back in about 30 minutes. See you soon.
All right. Enjoy. All right. So, yes, we are back. Let me put the other. Yes, indeed. That's the one that our faces are not as, the zoom is adequate for the faces, if you know what I mean. So let me know in the chat, guys. Do you have any questions, any particular issue you would like me to discuss or talk about? If not, I would I'll do an overview of what the market is looking in terms of opportunities for GU and EU, or maybe I can look as well some other pairs. With that, we should be able to accommodate in the time allotted we have. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I think this zoom is a little bit better. There you go. All right, so let me know in the chat. A lot of people I saw yesterday as well. Claudio Marquez, I suppose that's how you call it. Say your name. Haresh, Marina, Luis, all these great members of our community. Let's Van as well, Vinicius. Awesome to see you all here with us today. All right, so Matthew is asking, could you share how you manage risk? Yes, I can. I like that. I like to talk about that for sure, because I'm a stern believer, a strong proponent of having a very a lot of emphasis on risk management, right? It's not all about risk management, my trading, but I have a nick for doing the risk management part, right? It's something I enjoy, and I look forward to adjust when needed. All right, so in 5, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Matthew. In 5 minutes, I think you meant. If that's the case, sure, we can talk about it. I will explain it very quickly, because of course I've done a webinar on I think it was on the 5th of November last year about risk management. I suggest you watch that video. It's about an hour and a half, where I go through, the most important things you need to know about risk management, in my opinion. But if one of the things that if I were to tell you in like 5 minutes about my way of managing risk, one is that I do not look at the balance or the equity, right? I only look at the risk, what I call the risk capital, available risk capital. So how much, this is the first question you need to ask yourself when you're dealing with risk, what will make you lose the account, right? So what are the boundaries of your trading capital, right? It's not the balance, as I said, it's the available risk capital. And on a high stake account of 100,000, that would be 10,000, right? If you lose 10,000, 10%, you lose the account. So, and you need to check this with every program, right? Because they're not all the same. But let's say in a 2-step, like high stakes, it's going to be 10%. And so that's the capital you have available to you that you're able to take risk with, meaning that's your available risk capital. So that's what you have to work with. And that's one concept that I strongly believe everyone should use. One is know what the available risk capital is. 2, use a fractional risk, fixed fractional risk, meaning a percentage of that capital you risk per trade. right? And that percentage is fixed, meaning if it's 1%, if it's 5% of that available risk capital, that's what you do for the rest of the account going forward. So the percentage is fixed, but of course you have to calculate it on each trade. And when you do this, you will get a exponential growth going when you're profitable, and a very soft landing when you're having a rough patch, right? And that's the best of both worlds. You reap the super growth when you're doing well, and you're slowing yourself automatically down as you're going through a period of some losses, drawdown, etc. So by using those two things, you are doing, you're making leaps in terms of risk management. One is using fixed fractional risk and basing it always on the available risk capital. Those two concepts, if you have, take care of those two concepts, you're already a good way in managing risk, the optimal way. Thank you for that question, Matthew. All right, so let's see what else we have here. Sebastian Pasos is asking, what is the source on TradingView that he can compare the MT5 charts of the 5ers? And is Owanda the closest comparison? I would argue that Owanda isn't the best one. The best one is probably something like Pepperstone, probably, or perhaps even IC Markets. However, Owanda is the one that most people use. It's one of the most used ones. So I prefer to stick to that for the analysis because it's, you want to be looking at the chart that most people are watching as well. So that's the rationale behind that. All right. Yes, a 10K account risk management. Okay, so continuing on the risk management, guys, you want to know more about that. Matthew is actually coming back with a question. Actually, my question on how you manage risk on Meta 5. Oh, okay. Now I understand your question. Well, do you mean position sizing? How do you do that? Like effectively, efficiently, and quickly? The answer is well, you can do it by hand, but it takes some time, right? And it's a little bit sensitive in terms of human errors. You could do, more easily do some errors there. What I would recommend you use is a position size calculator, PSC, which is an EA from the website earnforex.com. I'm not affiliated whatsoever. It's a free software. And there you use that for your trade management. It's the best in terms of position sizing. You set in your risk and your levels either on the charts with the lines, and it calculates your position size automatically. You can even set it up with hotkeys where you don't have to click anything. You just have your fingers on your keyboard, and you can have shortcuts to getting in a trade, even with comments and magic numbers and all of those good stuff for analysis afterwards. So I would say that's the best way to do it in terms of if you mean risk management in position sizing, right? As the method to effectively manage your risk. Ajit is asking, how about 10K risk management? Ajit, the beauty of a fixed fractional risk based on the available capital is that it's all the same no matter what the balance is. The process is the same. The percentage, presumably of the same strategy and the same trader, will be also the same. The only thing you have to adjust is to ask yourself, what is the available capital, risk capital on that account? If you say 10K account, I still don't know what the available risk capital is. Is it a high stake account? If so, then it would be 10%, meaning 1,000. That's the available risk capital. If it's some other account, then you'd have to calculate what the available risk capital is. So if it isn't high stake, I'll take that as an example. But if it isn't, let me know. I can adjust. But let's say it's a high stakes 10K account. Then what you do is you take you only have the distance from the starting balance to the stop loss on the whole account. So where you lose the account is 10%, right? So 10% of 10,000, that is of course 1,000. So that is your available risk capital. So your risk management, the percentage you use, should be based on that 1,000. And each time you close a position and you're ready to open another one, you calculate it again on the new balance, right? The new balance of maybe it went up. It's no longer 1,000, it's 1,050. So you use from that 1,050, you take the percentage, that fixed percentage that you have agreed with yourself that you're going to be risking per trade, right? And if it goes lower to, let's say you lost a trade and you lost $50, now you have 950. You apply that same fixed percentage on that 950 because that's what you have. That's the idea. You always risk a fixed percentage on the actual equity that you still have, the available risk capital, right? And that available risk capital goes down as you go into drawdown, and it goes up as you are in more profit. And automatically, your risk, your position sizing will adapt itself, and your size will, in percentage-wise, will be fixed, but the dollar amount will grow with you or decrease with you as you go into better periods or worse periods. That's the whole idea behind it. So 10K, the process is the same. You just have to make sure you know the rules and what the available risk capital is per account or per program, I should say. Ajit says how to pass funded account tips. Okay, well, one of the things, that's a very good question. What I would say is, becoming a consistent profitable trader is a whole process. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you know that, right? It's a whole process. It's not one thing you do and then you become it. It's like any other profession, right? You cannot become, a lawyer or an architect. It's a whole preparation. You go to school. Trading isn't, there isn't an academic path necessarily to go to become a trader, but there's a lot of things that comes to that process of becoming one. It's the same thing as any other profession. But if I may give you a few tips, is make sure that you have a profitable system. I know it sounds very obvious, but you would be amazed how many people optimistically think that they can, they have a vague idea, they have some experience, and they think, I'm gonna figure it out as I go. Let me just get in, and along the way, I will figure it out, right? That's, in my opinion, not the best way to approach it. You first want to make sure you do have a profitable system before you start spending money and putting money on the line by buying prop firm accounts, things like that, right? So how do you do that? You can do that with back testing, paper trading, forward trading with a demo account, you name it. There's many ways to do that, but make sure you have a profitable system first. Once you have that, with a good number of trades under your belt, so to speak, let's say 50 at least, if you could more than that, and you see some decent good results, then of course I say, okay, then you're ready to start thinking, okay, let me start let me start trying this out in the real market. And the second thing is start small, right? Don't go and buy, the biggest account your budget can afford. Take into account that it's quite difficult if you're new at this, and the likelihood of losing that account is quite high. So start with the smallest account possible, just as a pilot, as a test, and see how it goes. See how far you can get, if you're able to get funded or not on that smaller account. And if yes, it's a proof of concept basically of your profitability of your strategy, then you can start putting some more serious risk and money on the line. Those are the two advice that I would give you. Start small and make sure you have a profitable system. Just don't go wing it, thinking you are different, you're special. I know you're special, and you are, but still, you gotta do the thing. You gotta do the process the right way. Hi, William. How are you doing? We have a great community, guys. By the way, if you're wondering why do I greet these members, viewers, it's because we see them every day, not only on YouTube but also in our Discord community, where we have our workshops, right? Where we interact and talk and have a good time while we learn and learn about trading and share our experiences. So if you don't have that yet, like a circle of friends or a trading buddy, or if you are missing that social interaction around your trading and you feel kind of lonely in that process, and people perhaps around you are not as understanding of the potential of your trading, the dreams you have, and all those good motivators you have for being a trader, join our Discord. That's one great area. One start, you can make a good step in having being a part of a community. I say a tribe. That's how I feel. We are one big group, and we help each other in any way we can. It's a beautiful thing. It's a great thing. All right, so Stephen King, no problem. Stephen King, the author. All right, awesome. Let's look at the euro dollar. Look at Michael here. Before we continue, there are two questions I would like to go through or attend to. One is the 1 to 2% of your max daily stop loss. That is very, very, I would say, prudent, right? Because the daily stop loss is the relevant, right? It's a variation of the available risk capital. It is the available risk capital for the day, right? So it is basically the same, but it's not the available risk capital on the whole account, but today, which is very, very relevant as well, because if you cross it, you will lose the account as well. So, and by risking 1 to 2%, you're giving yourself a lot of room to make, have errors, have drawdown without coming anywhere near. And especially if you're using a fixed fractional, you're saying a percentage. And my question to you is, do you adjust that? Do you continue to do that calculation after each trade or perhaps after each day? Because if you do, then you're actually doing it. You're doing a very good job in managing your risk. Okay, so that's Michael. Let me know in the chat if you're with us and you're doing so. If you're doing the calculation once at the beginning of the account, or are you doing it every after each trade or each day? Because that last one, that's the best way to do it. That's even a step further, a step better. In the background, I'm hearing my TPs being hit. Let's see. Saul is asking, curious if you are a forex scalper and pay any attention to the FX option expiry levels that are published weekdays to influence your bias. I wouldn't normally describe myself as a scalper. My entries are very, very tight, which resembles a little bit of a scalper, but I'm not going for, just a few pips like a scalper would. So I don't think, I'm not a scalper. I'm a day trader. My entries are very precise though, very, sniper-like entries, and very similar to a sniper. A scalper. I would say. However, I do not look at the option expiry levels. I do not do that. I just look at price action, at order blocks, at quasis, and actually my main strategy it's quasis and order blocks only. But I do scalp last couple of weeks. I've been working a lot on the scalping, and I'm basically developing another strategy or another approach, which actually is a scalping approach, and it's going quite well, I must say. I'm still trying to find my identity, if you will, as a scalper, but it's very promising. So I will show you guys in time, perhaps some trades, live trades, or perhaps some accounts and some results as time is going. I'm still, tweaking how much risk and how much, tweaking the approach, gathering some data before I settle into a trade plan as a scalper, a secondary. All right, Trade Hermit. Yes. Equity based or available risk capital is much better than the whole balance of the account, which is not very relevant. Actually, it's not relevant at all. If you're not able to lose 100K, then there's no reason to base your risk management on an amount that that's not available to you. So it's inadequate in my opinion. Perfect. Let's hi there. Let's look at okay, Ajit has a Ajit, just put your message once. I see you have about four messages which are similar. This is considered spam, and that's not something we want. So keep in mind, spam is not allowed. But thank you for your question. And you're asking $Swiss. I am buying 10 lots. Your opinion, tell me, good or bad, Victor? 5-hour confirmation. So by your opinion, no problem. I can look at that for sure. Let's look at very quickly. Let's look at the charts, which we have in front of us. All right, so you're going long 10 lots. That information is not relevant to me because I don't know what your risk is. What is the available risk capital? What is your stop loss? So the volume is, it obviously is a large trade, but it's not very, doesn't tell me anything. Okay, so from if I'm looking at the H4, if I'm interested in a setup on the H4, I want to be looking at the highest time frame just to get an idea what structures on the bigger time frames are at play. And right here, what we can see is that the market has broken, right, some levels on the the monthly time frame. Not only that, it went to retest that as a break and retest. Look at that, right? Just by looking at this, you can see how beautiful that is. Okay, so that tells us that the higher time frames are poised for a continuation to the downside, right? It breaks retest, and there's that continuation. At least that's the assumption. Let's go to the lower time frames. Do we have any other structure? We actually have a outside bar, bullish one. So if I were you, I would be very interested in having at least part of my my target, at least part of the trade, targeting that order block on the weekly. It's a weekly, it's a huge structure. So it may not be the best structure to target, but certainly you should have it on your chart, because market tend to react to it when it gets there. Okay, so let's go to so the weekly doesn't have anything else, right? Other than what we already saw. We go to the daily, we zoom in, and we are clearly in a bearish market structure. And we start from where we are, current price action, and we go back to look for what are the bullish and bearish structures on each side. And there you have, very beautiful bullish order block, retest, and there's your move, your continuation or follow through. And we are, this looks very, very bearish on the daily in any case. On the daily time frame, you also have a order block that encompasses the whole weekly structure, right? So that's the so in between. These are the two structures that we are going ping pong in between, right? From this to this one, and maybe back and forth until we break out of them. On the 4 hour, let's look closer. I would have this a little bit closer there. Okay, so the 4 hour for our friend Ajit, let's see. We are currently in an order block, in a place where it has come many times before. So it is a bullish order block, and I assume, I don't know if you're using order blocks, but I assume that could be the reason why you're going long here. And it's okay to go long. However, the higher time frames are telling us that it's likely at some point to continue lower, right? Because of what we just said about the daily order block being retested, because this is what the market did, right? It showed its hand, right? It showed its hand with sold the market, right? Sold that pair, came back to retest. And that's the proper way of an order block, right? And look at those wicks that it left behind. Those are clear signs that the market is favoring lower prices. Not only that, these wicks are also not, randomly anywhere. No, they're rejecting the reclaim of that order block. Okay, so it's very clear that the higher on the daily time frame, right? Not on the 4 hour intraday, but on the higher time frame, the market favors for the higher probability trade here is to the downside. Okay, so that's one thing. And if we go to the H4, there is an order block. Yes, I see it, and you will have some kind of a reaction to it. Actually, you already did right there. And you might still have some kind of reaction, and maybe even a little bit higher, who knows? But eventually, it's not likely that an H4 will win against a daily order block, right? You got to know your hierarchy, right? There is hierarchy, of course, in the market in terms of indicators, structures. Whatever you see, the higher time frame is more powerful. So it's if I had to choose one side, I would say the daily would win, meaning that eventually this structure will be taken out. That's the daily. Let's see what else. And on the H2 and H1, I would say the order flow is so far has been. There is a beautiful quasi though. Oh, I like that. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the reason you're going long. Oh, yes. I would definitely be going long this at this place, right? Regardless of that daily bias, put my stop. And yes, Ajit, I don't know if that's what you're looking at, but that would be certainly a reason for me to long this market with even a tight. I don't mind a very tight stop loss at all. This is a major, so you can have it as a very, very tight. But if not, then you could put it below there, and it's still quite nice, 9.6. And I would, if I were you, I were to, well, it depends on your strategy, of course. The obvious place to target would be that order block that's left behind on the H4. H2 doesn't help us a little more, doesn't really help us anything. And no, not really. There is an order block here. That's a way too tight. What I would do is go to the lower time frames and target perhaps that highest swing from the last time, meaning that could be. I would, by the way, I would wait for the quasis on the lower time frame, right? So I would wait for the quasi to actually form on this time frame, on the 5, the 2, the 3, etc. before I go long, because otherwise, if it's not going to reverse, you're gonna get in while it's not going to reverse, right? The market will tell us if it's going to reverse or not. Actually, we can look at it. This is a setup at play. This is the 5-minute. Remember, guys, hit the like button if you like our show, if you like our content, you like us, analyzing the market in front of you live, interacting with you, giving you, things we use to make money. I make money with what I'm talking about. Actual hard money. So make use of that information. It's worth a lot. Okay, so if you like that, if you like our content, hit the like button. We have a great hour coming up where the two CEOs of the sister companies, the 5ers and Trader Pool, will be competing against each other. It's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss that. All right, so let's look back. This is the neckline, so I would wait for that to break before getting in, right? Don't get in blindly, because sometimes, a lot of the times, it does not reverse, right? It doesn't have to reverse. It's only if it's going to reverse, it has a good chance of using structures like these. And there was another one as well. Let me see if I can find it. No, that was on the hourly, and there is one here as well. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, very easy to find there. So actually, right now, since it's already touched the other one, I would discard the first one and only work with the second one. Go to the lower time frames and see if we can find a reversal pattern, right? A reversal pattern, very easy. You can use any reversal pattern you want. I use the quasi, and the quasi is very simple. It's something like a head and shoulder, and you wait for it to break structure, to break that neckline, and then come back for a great entry, and then you get into, that's not the correct one, no, it's this one. You go in, you put your stop below the head or below that shoulder, and you target either this high, if it's big enough a structure, and if not, a much higher structure, which could be all the way to whatever time frame is next. But it's not there yet. This is not a market. This price action isn't reversing. I don't see it. The neckline is, let's look at it, is here. That's the neckline, the 1 minute. So until it breaks that, there's nothing for you to do, right? I know you want to be in profit, but you gotta wait, you gotta have patience, you gotta wait your moment until it breaks the structure and forms it tells you really, basically, it wants to reverse, or it is reversing. There's nothing for you to do, right? You could scalp these structures. That's exactly what I do in my scalping using order blocks and quasi. That reaction right there, that reaction is not a coincidence. It's because of this order block, right? So you can scalp these reactions very nicely many times a day. All right, so let's see. Someone asking about some countries not being allowed. I'll be honest with you. I am not aware of which countries are not allowed, if there are any. I'll be plain honest. Best ways to find this out is check the support on the website. We have live support in Discord. There is a support channel. You can check it on, and perhaps on the website as well. You can see if there's any limit, any countries not allowed. I'm not sure. I'll just being honest here. I don't know. I'm not the best one for this this question. The path, the entry to get into our Discord community, the community you want to be part of, the path is very simple. There is no address. What you need to do is you need to buy an account of the 5ers, right? It's exclusive for the 5ers, traders. You have to be a trader. You don't have to be funded. Just be a trader, right? Buy an account. It can be the smallest account. The smallest one costs $39, and you have lifetime access to our Discord community, right? It's inside. Once you buy the account, inside your dashboard, that's where you'll find a little icon with that Discord image profile icon, and you will be have your the entry to the community you have always been waiting for. All right, Jonatan is back.
I am back.
I'm looking at dollar Swiss, which has a very great area right there, very tight, and these are the typical areas I would want to trade from. And this would be then the quasi, and we wait for it to break this line and then come back to some structure it left behind, and then we might get that entry long. But the higher time frame is short. The bias is to the downside. It's very clearly that it's more likely. We don't know what's going to happen. It's more likely to end up going either today, tomorrow, the next day after, but it's most likely going to end up going lower in the end. Let's see if I have any other questions before I Claudio asking, no, I don't trade binary options. Nope, don't trade them. Kavika saying the FOMC around the corner. Yes, you're totally right. The FOMC is today, later on today, and you don't want to be trading when there is such a big uncertainty of what impact that will have. It will have an impact. That's just for sure, right? The market is not gonna be indifferent to the reaction. Whether you think it's gonna go up or down, the news, good or bad, is irrelevant. The fact is, the market is gonna move either directly right at the moment it is released, and a lot of times it moves afterwards, like after a couple of hours, then it starts moving. But hey, I would recommend you be on the safe side. This is just it's much better to survive, sit on the side, not put yourself in harm's way, than to try to squeeze every day of the month and every hour of your trading session just because you're a trader. Doesn't make sense, right? You got to be prudent. You got to be wise about this. And in moments like this, unless you have data, unless you have a lot of experience in dealing with FOMC and other high impact news, the best thing is to just set aside, sit on your hands and watch, observe, learn, or perhaps go do something else and come back tomorrow to the markets again.
Who do you think is winning today, Victor?
I haven't seen Mickey trade that often, to be fair. I have seen Saul, and I would think so. I mean, I haven't seen Mickey, so I need to be fair. I haven't seen him trade as often, but if I have to bet, I'll bet on Saul.
Of course. Of course. And I saw that he kind of jumped into the background here as well. And I'm like, Please say Saul. Please say Saul. Please say Saul. It's gonna be.
But,
I'm excited, guys. I'm
I don't
excited.
see
This is
him,
gonna be
though.
really. This is gonna be really cool. I'm gonna do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna set up a poll here. Win today, Michael from Trader Pool or Saul from the 5ers. Let's see. We got. Yeah, you know. better bet on Saul. Okay.
Actually, there is a setup that I could perhaps very quickly talk about. I didn't get to euro dollar, and it's the following. It's if we go to the H4, you can see we have a fresh order block, right? Regardless of everything else. And actually, this is another thing. Maybe I should have taken more time for this. For the daily time frame, we actually have within a order block, which is not fresh, not part of an order block, part of a quasi. We have a fresh order block, the daily order block, based on a outside bar that was created yesterday. Yes. Okay. So, and it was created at a very peculiar place. We're above that breakout line, and within the daily order block, which we already were interacting with, although this was the immediate retest, the first retest, and the second one. I don't trade the second retest, so it's not something that I would be trading. However, it's still tradable, but we did react properly, right? If we're going long, you want to be seeing these structures being created, and it was created. So what I'm looking for, among others, is if price comes back to that order block, that's where I want to getting my entry, because it's a daily structure. So where do I target if that happens, right? I could target this high, and you can already start thinking, you can already start hearing the, the coins falling or the bills flapping, because that's a huge distance. If you can catch something from this on the lower time frames, and have a portion of your target of yours. I talked about this on Discord, and I will certainly talk about this again today. If you're able to catch even with a 10 pip stop, you can do wonders for your account, right? And that's not the only target that I'm eyeing. I'm actually eyeing another one which is much higher. And look at that risk-reward ratio. It's as attractive as
we got
can
him.
be.
We got him in the background.
Yes,
it's done.
in the background.
We got him. It's happening.
All right.
The battle of the centuries. The battle of the CEOs. The battle of the I don't know. The battle of the battle. The battles of the battles.
Titans.
The Titans. Oh my god, this is gonna be cool. Oh, let's should we add them? Maybe we should add them first before we start this challenge. I think that's a good. Victor just sent me a DM asking, can I stay? He really wants to see this. Yeah. Can I? I'm gonna add you guys. Okay. Saul, can I bring you on? Yeah. Okay. Here we have Saul, the CEO of the 5ers, the man that currently right now has an 80% probability of winning this challenge if you look at the polls. And then we got Michael right here. We got Michael from Trader Pool.
What the hell? What are you talking about?
You got a 20% probability. Well, it's not me.
insane.
It's not me. I made a poll. I made a poll, man. I got a 17% probability of winning, Michael. That's the audience.
Yeah.
I give him 5%.
I'll take
5%. Oh my god. Okay, you guys are all set up, are you? You have the accounts and everything?
Roughly, yeah.
Roughly, all right.
Give me a minute
Now
until,
these are very, very busy people.
yeah,
I didn't even have the time to log into the accounts.
Few stuff here.
Saul, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Ready to crush some tips?
Hopefully. I mean, I just need to be better than Michael, right? It's not not big
It's not
deal.
hard. It's about it to say. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I just need to lose less, right? So.
And
Yeah,
Michael,
that's
how
the
are you
thing.
feeling?
That's
How are
usually
you feeling?
that's
Go ahead.
yeah, that's usually how it goes in these challenges, no? Because trading challenge it's actually a pretty stupid thing. Like 1 hour try to win in the markets. It's just it doesn't really reflect a trader's skill. So usually what we end up doing is like we end up looking at who lost the least amount of money, basically, you know. But yeah, we'll see. It'd be very, very interesting to see what's happening here. I'm gonna remove that screen and just bring it up like this, and then we're gonna see whenever you have anything set up.
Now we're in the court of Saul court, right? So next time we'll bring him to trade a pool and see how it goes trading stocks.
Any rules, Jonathan, that we should be aware, or we just?
So hopefully we have removed the. I don't think there's any news today though, so it doesn't really matter with the news restrictions. But I do. We have a high stakes account. I'm not sure if you've modified that account in any way.
It's just a high stakes account.
Nope, just
Okay, so I think the most important part is to make sure that we remember the daily stop limit, right?
5%.
Because
Now, when it's getting ready in the corner, one corner we have.
I mean,
how
that's
much
the
5%, right?
yeah. So I think the stop out level on the account is 10%, but the daily stop is 5%. So effectively, you got a 5% stop out level on for today.
So we started at 100K. You shouldn't go below 95%.
95K.
95K.
That's
Michael,
right.
Michael, how are you feeling today? Did you do some push-ups coming into the show, getting warmed up?
It's not like I'm trading against you. I'm trading against Saul. It's nothing.
Oh well.
Easy stuff.
Ooh.
Easy stuff.
Yeah. So as soon, okay. So you got the. I saw that Saul has his shared screen. I'm just gonna remove your. Can you remove your screen, Victor?
Yes.
It's just easier for me to bring that up. Nice. Okay, so we can wait for Michael to get everything sorted. Yeah, to share screen.
Give me a sec.
Michael, you might be picking the microphone from the camera and not from your.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, I think it's quite low. Victor, if you just press stop sharing.
Yeah, the mic is coming
Perfect,
from
thank
the
you.
camera.
Jonathan, have you done any analysis? Something's moving, or because I haven't opened up the charts yet, so not sure what I'm gonna be trading today.
Is that
so.
Yeah, it's no. So we did pick the perfect day to do this. Obviously, it's FOMC days, and you know what happens on FOMC? Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Is happening at this hour. But I mean, we do have some interesting movements on. We have seen gold moving nicely throughout the day, but now it's absolutely flat. It's been flat for the last 3 hours or so, and I would like to say, you know, the go-to chart in my case when it comes to this would be like Euro USD. It's been flat for the whole day. I mean, I'd look at perhaps the yen pairs, but again, it's been flat for the whole day on USD JPY as well, pretty much. So it's a very difficult day to. It's a very difficult day.
I think there is a chance. There's an opportunity in euro. It has created a reversal pattern during the day, and it seems to be going to the low of the day again, which is at 1348, and probably a little bit lower. And that's where the daily order block, where the bigger demand zone is. I'm not sure if it's going to do that because of FOMC, but that's where it's, that's where market structure is indicating it's going to. So there is a little chance if it
What
pops
about
up.
GBP USD? What about GBP USD? I think for me, GBP USD would be a possible long opportunity. Get a little push it upside. We had a good retest. Maybe perhaps get above these highs, get above 133.7, and we could perhaps push higher. But we're going to be doing a trading challenge here, like 4 or 5 hours before the FOMC. It's basically like running a marathon on your hands.
I'm ready, guys. Just let me know when to start.
Guys, what's the number of lots I can buy in total on the Nasdaq? Just let me know that, and I'm good to go.
Oh no, you're going to be trading. Okay, so you're doing like a range breakout thing today, are you?
No, I'm going for
Nasdaq.
reversal once we will reach the 19,754.
If Nasdaq moves, are we ready?
Just give me the Nasdaq, and I'm.
Are you ready, Michael? We need to start this.
I mean, I'm still installing one of my platforms, but we can go. I mean, I don't need charts to win.
Someone is very, very confident.
That's what I do.
Okay, so let's start. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's start from right now. And most of the time anyway, the more trades you're gonna have, the more potential for losses as well. So let's start right now. Do you want to? Should I look at my chart some, or do you want to start looking at your Saul, or do you kind of want to get into the groove of things here?
I already started trading, so whatever you want.
Well, I'm gonna open your screen here. What are we looking at for Saul right now? Oh, okay, nice.
So I went for pound dollar. Let's see if we can get a. I'm anticipating just up and down movements. So every time I see an opportunity,
you took my signal here. Good.
I did. So each time I see an opportunity to buy, I'll be just buying. Bias is very, very slightly bullish, but not very strong. So I'll be just trading the range. Hopefully we can get some movement, because if the Nasdaq is moving directionally, I need to make up for that edge that Michael might have. So I'll need to go aggressive and just treating the market as a range you want for today.
Nice. First T-piece looks like it's hitting right there. So you just saw it here first. If the CEO of The5ers followed the signals of myself, you can find the link to my signal service in the description. It's going to be 1 Bitcoin a month. Go ahead.
I got myself in because I saw that.
No way. You're going short there again. Wow. Okay. That was quick. That's impressive.
Guys, I just need to...
You stretch your fingers really good here, Michael, and practice that, buying very rapidly, because things are happening quickly here.
This is a rapid fire for sure. We have seen Saul trade before, and usually it's like 1, 2, very patiently, quietly in the background, taking a TP there, here and there, like Saul, sparingly.
Yeah, but that's a real account. You usually see me trading, and this is a demo account. This is just the evaluations account for the high stick. So if I end up losing money today, my ego will be damaged, but at least there's no money lost. So.
We saw a comment as well. Why demo trade? What about the real risk? Like, we don't do trading challenges on a real account. That's we don't like losing money basically. And trading challenges, it's a challenge. It's like Okay, so what's your wow. Okay, you're entering quite a lot of positions. You went short because you're basically anticipating that you're hitting that resistance. You're going to come back down, perhaps test that breakout area.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes sense. I see
definitely.
I see that order block being constructed on top of each other or underneath each other, and it makes sense. The market comes back to retest it, and that's the first trade Saul made. and now is the follow through, right? It reacts from that supply area for a little drop, perhaps, and maybe some more, but at least a little drop. This is certainly a different side of Saul we are seeing today. A bit more aggressive trader. We like what we see. A bit more aggressive.
Well, I'd say he's pretty. I mean, he's always quite quick and aggressive with the suggest. But that was super quick though. Like I didn't even have time to pull up the screen, and he's already closed a couple of positions here. Michael, are you sweating? How are you feeling, man? Are you good? You're awfully quiet.
I am sweating. I'm just learning a lot from what you're saying. But I'm good. I entered a long position on my Nasdaq, and I'm basically waiting. If you put up my chart, I'm basically waiting for it to drop to the next support level, meaning close of the gap of yesterday or so, and from the 7th, so actually the beginning of the day. So if it will drop, you know me, I will add more once it will reach that gap, and then add enough. So if we will see a pop, we can take some profits.
You know, you share your whole screen here, by the way. So if there's any messages that pops up or anything like that, it's going to be on stream. So it's recommended that
I closed all the 18 plus.
Oh, okay.
But you can also reshare and only choose the window you want to share.
Yeah, you can reshare and only choose the MetaTrader window if you want to do that.
Good, I'll do that.
You never know if there's a message popping up from Saul, you know, threatening you, like you got to close that position, you know. Otherwise, because you see, you're in the same office, aren't you? Like just different parts of the place.
Exactly. Different rooms. Yeah.
Different rooms.
So, this is the clash of the titans.
I gotta say, we still got like 9 minutes for the opening bell, so I'm basically trading outside of my trading hours. So Saul got the
no excuses. There's no excuses. We trade every hour of the day with Forex traders.
That's the cues. That's preparing everyone for the.
No, I trade crypto. Like I don't sleep.
In case he loses.
You know what? I'm going aggressive.
Of course you're going aggressive. You don't even have a lot of time to do this, you know. We're probably gonna go. I feel like we're probably gonna go slightly over timer. Commentary is biased. Well, of course. What would you expect? It's slightly biased today. I'm sorry, Michael, but we're gonna come on to trade a pool as well.
Yeah. So yeah, no worries about that. But when you're gonna ask me for an account, evaluation account to trade a pool, remember that, okay?
Well, good thing I'm making so much money on the The5ers account that I don't need a trade a pool account. No, I'm just kidding. It's I'm in a drawdown, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Right now, $20 up. Let's go.
Okay, so you're long. You're long on Nasdaq. Let me see. I also have some orders in for Nasdaq here. I'm looking for a break of the range, but yeah, I think. Where's your TP at?
He has no TP.
Oh, you don't do TP. Okay, so
I don't do TPs.
You don't do TPs. Nice.
I take the profit once it will reach a certain major key level. Basically, the area of the 19,860. If we'll reach that level, I'll close the 70% of the trades. And if it will drop again, if it will drop down to those area, then I'll add more, and then with the pop, I'll probably take my profits.
Okay, I gotta switch over to okay. So that's looking good. You got right now your nothing realized. So basically zero profits here for Michael.
Unrealized $60, but yeah.
That's a good position, though. I'm going to go over to Saul's screen. We're going to see what's happening over here. He is still short, not looking good.
Not looking good. If this breaks up, I'll be in a fixing mode. I don't like that. But we'll see. We'll handle it.
I remember what I said. We talked about GU, and I said if it breaks that high, it's probably going to go higher. So I thought that you were going to open a long position and then hold it for yeah, exactly. Kind of like
I don't want to be holding it, because if we got FOMC later today, I'm counting on the market to stay like kind of quiet. But if that changes, I'll need to adapt for sure.
That makes a lot of sense. What's your P&L? You've it looks like you disabled your because you have so many orders open. I can't see it.
Yeah. So I'm realized plus $142, but I need to fix this trade now.
Maybe we can put the ticker, the banner with the P&Ls.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll take care of that. Next time I will ask for access to the accounts. I can look at them. Update everyone in real time. Okay, looking good. That's retracing.
Yeah, but I'll wait for it to go a bit higher, and then I'll build my second position. I'll need to offset this trade, fix it, or come up on top, and then I'll switch again to my initial bias, which is long.
With the way you're trading right now, I feel like we need to talk to risk department to probably do a risk interview, risk assessment interview.
Yeah, absolutely. Understand what am I running so many trades. Yeah, it's fine. I think we'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'll give you a good signal later.
No worries.
Yeah, you probably have your CEO circle signals group.
Yeah.
Once
just two.
Okay, so that I like how you're trying to fix this position by not closing the previous one, but using the sells to make back what you've lost on the previous buys. That I like that. That's
This didn't go out of control. It kind of it did close high here and broke, but we see the pressure to the downside. So as long as we have enough up and down movement, I'll be able to come on top of the whole position as a whole. So depending on how aggressive I go later on, I'll need to be peeling off some of the losses, but I might be able, it's not something, it's not, if I'm just hiding this here, it's not unthinkable the market to revisit these levels down here, right? Or these levels down here, which is where I have my first entries. So that's when I'm not super worried. It's not out of control.
We're also doing a giveaway, guys. We're doing a giveaway right now because we have, if Saul wins, we're going to give away a 5ers account, and if Mickey wins, we're going to give away a Trader Pool account. So you got the link in the comments. You can go in there and just follow the instructions. You're going to sign up to the 5ers Hub, Trader Pool Hub, sign up, subscribe to both YouTube channels, and then you're in for the giveaway. We also did a 65K celebration giveaway this Monday, and those emails are going to be sent out today to the two winners we had on that one.
So it's very interesting to see how you fixed the trade. You said you're now in fix mode. Do you have a fixed proportion of extra trade that are needed for you to fix a pre-existing trade? Let's say you have a basket of 10 trades. How many do you have to open at the next level to fix the first ones?
Ideally the same or a bit more. If I had 10 trades down here, so up here I need, let's say, 11. So with a little movement in my favor, I could, if I wasn't aiming here to make profit, I could close everything for a break-even position.
Okay.
Now, because of again, as I mentioned, I still think we can have enough volatility and the market come and visit this area down here. That's what I'm not closing. And also because we have, we only have like 30 more minutes in the session. I cannot take the loss and and I will not have the time to rebuild. So I'll try to build one setup and to go fully allocated on that one setup, and hopefully that will be enough for today.
For me, this is an insanely stressful way of trading. When I look at your MT5, I see all of those orders, all of the lines. It's like I get anxious just looking at that, at the management that needs to be done.
Yeah, on stocks accounts or futures accounts, when you have a netting account, it's more clean, right? You have only one position with trails with you, and it makes it easier for the management. Michael can expand on that.
Yeah, so it's much more easier, I guess, when everything combined to one line, right? Comparing to.
But then you can't manage it in the same way, can you?
What do you mean by how?
I mean, if there's still multiple orders, right?
No, just one actually one position exactly. So
you had to close partial of that position if you want to reduce.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Exactly. Well, I probably prefer having it like Saul has it right now, because then it's much more manageable. You can really be quicker in managing the positions, I guess.
As long as you know where's your break-even point, you're good.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. The good thing about a netting account is that the break-even point is the average entry point, right? And that average entry point, it's just one number. You see it right there. It's the entry of that one single position. And when you have multiple positions, especially if you have multiple volumes or different volumes, I spend times all the time. If I want to square a position, calculating where's my average, or you need to have an indicator for doing that to do it efficiently. So a netting for having multiple position, a netting account is much more quicker, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Market is dropping like crazy.
We got some really cool things coming up here in the trading room going forward. I can't promise on a date, but we're working on some massive improvements here. So, for example, one example would be that during a trading challenge like this, we're going to be able to have live P&L showing up on the screen. So just a small thing of the other things we're working on here. So it's going to be really, really cool to see all of that. And I really like these training challenges because it's it gives us an opportunity to really be on the edge of what's possible when it comes to really squeezing money out of the markets in a short amount of time. And even if it's not realistic to trade like this, all the time, it still gives a lot of knowledge into the way that we're managing our trades, how we're finding, setups. And especially when scalping, it's like being able to take quick decisions and then being completely calm about the outcome. Things like that can really help in live trading as well, I believe. Okay, so I'm just glued to Saul's screen here. I'm going to see how we manage this right now. And I'm going to look at
Jonatan.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Michael and just look at that.
Laser concentration from Saul as his position is going in his.
I mean, the game is rigged here, guys. I don't know
Definitely,
what you're talking about.
I'm impressed, but it's not.
Yeah,
but it's not only because he's my boss. It's actually quite. I actually think that's quite impressive. Okay, let's go to Michael. Let's see. What impressive things do you have to show me, Michael? Okay, this is actually really good.
I'm up 200 unrealized and already close 200.
Oh damn! Look at Saul gets nervous. He is getting nervous.
I mean,
no, I'm building the buy.
That's easy one.
Okay, so that candle, that was the US Open. So you bought the low of the Open.
Yeah, because I mean, it does look great. Seriously talking, it does look great to the upside at the bounce here, right? Because it made a nice push to the downside, a few lower lows, and it makes sense we will see the push. Like I said, if it will drop more toward that close of the gap, it will be more convincing that we will see another reversal to the upside. So I'm basically a long bias right now. It's just a matter of managing the position and buying at the bottom.
Okay, so last time we did a poll, it said that about 75% chance of Saul winning. Now we're gonna do the same poll because it looks like Michael is leading. Now let's see.
What? I'm almost $800 realized, and if
No
this
way,
goes,
really?
yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh,
let's go.
okay. Oh, look at that. Nice. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even know what's going on here, Saul. I didn't even know what's happening on the screen.
While I was taking profits down here, I started building the long position. That's why you saw a lot of lines. So I already have close to $800 realized, and I just need this to go a little bit high to close these trades, and I think that will be enough for today.
Okay.
So
now run
listen,
the
that's
ball.
$800 in 20 minutes, guys. That's $800 in 20 minutes. Like, do not copy this. Like, this is not the way you should be trading. But if you do, that's $800 in 20 minutes. It's quite impressive. You know, the opportunities in the world of trading is just blows my mind. It really blows my mind. And I think that's also why a lot of people are attracted to scalping for all the wrong reasons, you know. But it's pretty cool.
But this is actually the way, you know, Michael and I, we trade very similarly, in a very similar way. And this is the way I trade offline. You know, when you don't see us trading, when you don't see me trading, I do the same thing I do on the trading rooms, just, you know, with a bit more aggressive, like similar to here, but with more analysis behind and all of that. But it's this, you know.
So this is usual everyday activity for you. I mean, in terms of the position sizing and the number of trades and things like that.
Yeah. I just, you know, probably today would be a day I wouldn't be trading at this time, you know, knowing the FOMC and the low volatility and all of that. You know, we're waiting a lot of time for the candles to go up and down, right? So this would be a low volatility session. Maybe I wouldn't be trading it, but, you know, in good market conditions, that's the way I trade.
Nice.
Awesome.
Okay, I got a comment here, Ellis. What's up, man? If you want to get on these live streams, just send me an email at tradingroom@the5ers.com, and we can definitely set that up. And you know, we also have the open invitation. You come on here, we do a trading challenge against me. You win against me, you get a free evaluation account.
Can I do that as well?
No, you can't. I'm sorry. Well, okay, you can, but seeing as you're the CEO of a traded pool, we'll think about that.
Okay.
I should come on your stream though. I should come on traded pool, and I should challenge you
Mitch
to
and
start
Michael.
trading.
Yeah. No, Mitch and Michael will show you.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely do that. I mean, I don't know how to trade stocks. It would be incredibly interesting if I do actually make some money jumping on there. I mean, you just buy. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah,
exactly. Just click the mouse key and you make money.
You go to Nvidia, you click buy. Basically.
That's it. Nothing to it.
Yeah.
No risk management is needed. No experience. Just click the mouse key.
No analysis.
Nothing.
Just jump off the cliff and that's it.
So we got a question here. Can one use Saul's trading style during evaluation? So what you're doing right now is you're not trading with a stop loss. Can you do that on a high stakes account?
Yeah, sure. High stakes, you have no requirement for a stop loss. Of course, stop loss will help you managing losses, but there's no requirement from our side.
Yeah, and we can average into trades, we can average out of trades. It's no problem. I mean, all that you really have to care about is the daily loss. You got to make sure that you're not losing too much to trigger that daily loss. But the daily loss, is that a hard or soft stop on the high stakes? It's a soft stop, isn't it?
No, it's a hard one.
It's a hard, but not on the hyper growth, is it?
Hyper growth is just a daily pause.
It's a pause.
Daily pause. That's right. Yeah.
But for high stakes, that would terminate your account.
Right. Okay. So it's the I would say in the high stakes account, the daily loss would be the thing that I see people they don't pay as much attention to that as they should.
Yeah.
This is I gotta say, this is why I love the hyper growth, because it's a daily pause and you got space to work with, and not just sometimes you don't need a whole lot of leverage actually to trade properly,
Exactly. No, I think the hypergrowth is definitely one of the. Depends on how you're trading. I mean, if you're trading like Saul is trading now, then you probably need high stakes. But hypergrowth,
and that's.
I mean, the leverage on bootcamp. We done trading challenges with the bootcamp, and we're basically scalping with no problem. So you don't really need super high leverage.
Not to mention the scaling, the unparalleled scaling. There's nothing like the scaling plan on the hypergrowth. You only you scale 10 times, or actually 9 times, and you are at maximum funding of 4 million. There's nothing out there like our hypergrowth scaling program.
Absolutely. Our largest traders, the largest accounts, come from hypergrowth accounts.
Yeah, it's a really good program long term. Long term, it's really amazing if you are a consistently profitable trader and you know that you got what it takes to do this long term. Then the hypergrowth is a fantastic opportunity for that. Okay, we do see now that GBP USD is moving to the downside. We are hitting that low time frame support. This is. I'm looking at the support and I'm thinking it's most likely going to hold. It's a support level that's been in play since this morning. So, we broke out this morning and now we're retesting that level. So I actually do think that on GBP USD it's a really good, really good area to perhaps get into longs here. Let's go to.
What's the profit? Saul, what's the profit? What's your P&L?
Realized?
Yeah.
714.
And unrealized?
Okay,
so break even.
Okay, so we're like.
Just a tip here. Just a tip. Because I'm doing these challenges quite a lot. If you want to get like ahead, don't share your P&L. Don't share your P&L until it's over. Because if you share your P&L, then Michael will have a target. Then
you're showing him the P&L right now. It's the game is rigged, Jonathan. We will talk about it offline. Something is not good enough.
That's exactly what happened to you, Jonathan.
What you can do, Michael, if you don't want to, if you don't want to show the P&L, you could potentially actually you can't do anything. But yeah, okay.
We want to show the guys at home the P&L.
We probably want to show the P&L. Yeah, that's right. But this is the problem with a trading competition, right? And that's the thing. We did the trading competition the last time. This comment, Fabian. I don't know how much power Michael has over me, but yeah, could definitely become problematic. Well, I'm gonna turn off my phone. I'm gonna disconnect from everything after this, and I'm just gonna go out in the woods and go for a long walk.
I took $1,000 realized. So I realized $1,000. The market, as you can see, it reached that resistance right here. So basically, It makes sense. We will see another push to the downside or some consolidation before breaking through. So just because it's it's a challenge, I closed the trades and now I'm waiting for another one to open, basically another opportunity.
So you're 1,000 realized.
1,047.
And no unrealized.
Right.
Okay.
Yours?
No open positions.
So I think you got something because it's.
No, I just need this trade to work out and that'll be fine.
I would look for another. We still got like 15 minutes.
Just this one trade. I need this one trade.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But you were saying, Jonatan, the knowing where the other person is on realized profit is such an advantage. You experienced that last time we had the competition. What happened last time?
Well, so I was up realized profit like $400, and then Victor asked me like, "What's your realized profit?" I'm like, "It's 400." So of course he entered a super big position and put his TP at like 410. Or something like that. Hit TP, and then he won in like the last minute of the competition. So that's the problem with these competitions and the live P&L sharing. But yeah. Okay, we got Michael. I think it's time to go short.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for, but I want to see the market because there's a nice bar here, so I'm waiting to see that the market is getting weaker before I'm taking a short position.
And we can see your chart, Michael, is naked. You're not using any indicator on the side, or is this everything you use?
Yeah, the only thing that I got is MACD. It's not here. It's on my other screen, but the MACD. Other than that, I like it naked. What can I say?
No, I think that's,
I'm talking about the charts. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, of course. We all are.
Yeah.
You're so funny, Michael. No, I think just trading price action is especially when you're trading like this, you're looking at the lower time frames and you're trying to get into the flow of the markets, you're trying to gauge the volatility and the momentum. Then indicators they're not going to help you really with that. I mean, the MACD, I like the MACD, when we have the MACD crossing the signal line and things like that could indicate that you have momentum coming in. But what I like to see in the MACD is the histogram can actually be quite useful. But honestly, is look at the flow of the markets, because what we're seeing here is we're reading the order flow here, basically looking at what's. Okay, Saul, you're looking a bit nervous. Let's take a look. Why are you acting like this?
No, I'm not. I'm just waiting. The market's not going anywhere. I'm all set. I mean, I just need 3 pips movement to the upside, or 5 pip movements to the upside, and that's it. What's the distance here? 5 pips. If the market can give me 5 pips, I think I'll be in great shape. But it's just taking so long to do anything. So hopefully, in the next 15 minutes, we'll go somewhere.
So technically, I can wait until I'll see if the chart of Saul is moving.
Yeah,
the
thing is, if you wait and the market goes up, you lose. If the market stays there or goes lower, then you win.
I'm kind of losing this position or missing this position. Nice move.
I saw that. That's a good. Yeah. Would you look at that 1 minute candle and say that's a that first 1 minute rejection candle? Would that be something that you would be entering on?
Yeah, the only thing that stopped me is besides the competition and winning, of course, the fact that the price is coming with a lot of momentum, as you can see also here right now. So, and this is one of the stuff that I'm very carefully watching. So I'm looking at the price, not just the supply, demand, those kind of stuff, but how fast the candle is moving, right? The reaction of the buyers or sellers. And because they came very strong here, I didn't want to jump in and take that short. And apparently, again, it's still playing. It went down just a little bit and still playing. So
I think it looks bullish. I think US 100 looks. Nah, I can't really say that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking at the S&P 500. Looks pretty dead. I mean, the Nasdaq is the one to trade when you want to really trade indices, or if you're trading with trade a pool, go to the QQQ or the SQQQ, TQQQ. We have obviously all the leveraged ETFs as well, so you can play with that as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the settings here. I'm gonna go and add a redirect. So whenever this live stream is ending, we're gonna be able to go over directly to Trader Pool's YouTube. They are live right now, and it looks like they're talking about the FOMC. Obviously, that is going to be quite interesting and important for the all traders of all markets.
So your market, the pound, the cable is coiling up, looking very promising for that expected move. I got a question for you, Saul. What was the calculation? How did you calculate how many orders? What was the calculation you made many orders are you going in with? Is it
No.
how badly you want to win, or is it?
Yeah. Today I'm just very discretionary doing this. I don't even know how many positions I've got here and how many I got here. I'm just
very fluid.
That
yeah.
is a lot of
I'm just
positions.
flowing.
Ooh, well,
Okay, it's moving higher now. Look at that. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, 3 more pips to the upside. Give me that.
I'm waiting for a pullback on the market, and I'm taking that short now after the trap. Hopefully, I'm not missing it. If it will break the low, I will start buying it again, as we talked before. This is the key area that I'm aiming for to buy the dip, right? So if we'll drop to that level, I will definitely start buying. Whew, what a nice move.
It is.
Interesting. I got
Ooh,
Getting
orders
ready.
to buy
that thing is
Okay.
buy
running.
that breakout if we get that on.
I'm going in already. I'm gonna
You going,
add a little bit.
you going long?
No, I'm long, and I'm going for the win. I mean, I'm already winning, so I'm actually
That's good.
ruining it
feel
for
like this-
myself, right?
This might be that trade, Michael, that you shouldn't have
Shouldn't
taken.
take, right? That's a classic.
Sometimes the best trade is no trade,
Yeah.
100%.
But it's a trading challenge. We're here to have fun. We're here to do something fun. We can't just be sitting around looking at the 1 minute chart, not doing anything. That wouldn't be very
Interesting.
fun. Okay, we got GBP USD running to the upside, and we have Nasdaq running to the upside as well. So Michael is in profits, pretty good profits. So pretty good profit right here. I don't know about Saul because I can't see his P&L right now, but I would assume that he's in fairly good profit right here.
No,
And he
I'm
needs just a couple.
from there. I'm kind of break even. I'm assuming. I'm taking some profits there from these low positions, but I need these to go 2 more pips to the upside.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 2
Oh.
more.
Trying to go
So
down.
I like that long on the Nasdaq. It's basically going long at the extremes here. We have I mean, if it's one thing that we know about trading, it's that support is support and resistance is resistance, and you're supposed to be buying support. And it's such a simple concept, but when applied correctly, it's very powerful in trading. Just understanding where you have the good levels, and Michael obviously here by looking at the local lows, knowing that the probability of the support acting as support is obviously higher than it breaking unless it actually breaks. So simple, simple things like that.
It should be simple. And going to the hourly chart, for example, you can easily spot this area right here where I'm standing, right? 19,660. This area of support, double times it touched it, and before that the resistance, another support before that. So this is definitely one key level that you can aim to start buying the dip. But because we're trading intraday and because we don't have a whole lot of time, then I'm aiming for another one, which is the close of the gap at around this area where I marked the level. So the concept is pretty simple. You look for a major support level, you buy the dip. You look for a major resistance level, you sell the top. That's a concept. You can see it happening over and over again. This is the area of resistance. Another one, it reached back, pulled back, and then bounced from it. So in most cases, you will see me trading intraday, but I'm taking the hourly chart as my guidance for that main level to follow.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think, if I would be doing this as well on Nasdaq, I would probably be taking very similar trades here. It just makes a lot of sense, Okay, so we see now that you're up about 50. So it looks like it's a rather smaller position than what you did. You opened multiple positions earlier, and that's how you got the big profit of about 1,000. You're up 1,100 right now. Unrealized looking like 60.
Yeah.
Saul, do you want to share what your P&L is? Well, actually, you have to because we looked at Michael, so you kind of have to.
I am close to 1,000 realized, and I'm around 400 unrealized.
400. Okay. Let's work. Okay.
No,
Nice.
in a drawdown.
In a drawdown. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
The
So I got
position
it.
is the trade is this going here. That's it.
are you in a short? You buy.
I mean,
okay.
I'm buying.
Okay. So I'm closing my position. Thank you.
Yeah,
very
you're
much.
good. I just need the
good.
market. I need the market to go up there.
How
That'll
many?
be it.
Okay, 6 minutes to go. And I'm not.
So are we gonna?
I don't care about winning the, winning over Saul. Or passing him. I actually want to prove the guys that chose, for the poll that you had, the 80% guys that chose Saul over me. I don't get it, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it's 71% saying Saul, 30% saying Michael.
Still 71.
Yeah, it looks like interesting.
Yeah, the time is the challenge, right? Because we need to close at certain time, and we're not giving the market to actually do its thing. But let's see.
This hour just flew past. This was really fun actually. Are we gonna close it in 5 minutes? Is that the max time we're putting it at here today?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm going to drink a coffee. Let me know.
Oh, nice.
That was actually a nice trade, but I closed it, I guess, too early because of this one, right?
Yeah, let's see if in the next 5 minutes we can get up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna start preparing the live draw that we're gonna have for the competition. Right now, it looks like we're gonna be giving away a trade the pool account. So this giveaway right now is open for US traders as well, because you can trade at Trade the Pool if you are a US based trader. However, we don't have any accounts right now for US traders at the 5ers. So if you win an account with the 5ers and you're from the US, shoot us an email and we'll take care of that.
How many accounts?
How many accounts we're giving away?
Yeah.
I thought one, but do you want to give away anything more? Then it's up to you.
Yeah, if it will be for Trade the Pool, let's do 3.
3, okay, 3, 5. So is that 5K flex?
Yep.
Okay, let's do 3. Interesting.
Pound dollar is very interesting because it's really trying to get out of that little previous high. It's certainly looking like it's going to break out to the upside. That would make Saul win.
No, look at GBP USD. Wow.
Yes,
is it actually going to?
No
way. In the last minutes, that's going to be
Okay,
insane.
I'm gonna
Okay,
be aggressive here.
3 minutes to the bell, and it is.
Okay, Michael, you're gonna. It's breaking out, man. It's breaking out. Looks like it's gonna move higher.
No, it's going down.
Show me the chart. Where is
I'm gonna
Saul chart?
Okay, Nasdaq is breaking out, Michael. Are you gonna long this?
No, because I closed it. I saw that Saul mentioned he is minus 400, so I closed it. What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, we get about 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, a lot of things can happen in 2 minutes. Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's going there. I think it's gonna take a bit more, a bit longer.
I'm about to open like 30 lots on the Nasdaq.
Do that, Michael.
Things are
it
getting
looks like GU is struggling a bit here.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
GU was very interesting. Was looking as if it was going to pass those highs, but it turned around so far.
I still think it will get there eventually.
one day.
No,
That
not one
doesn't
day.
matter now, does it? It came
Shortly, you know, it just it's not at the moment we need it to.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay, we got 20 seconds. Let's
go.
see. Maybe Paul comes out and says something before the FOMC, like, "Oh, GBP USD, we're gonna increase the interest rates on that one also."
Tariffs on UK.
Yeah.
Trump could tweet something in the next 1 minute.
Oh no, we got 1 minute. I thought we had 30 seconds. We got 1 minute. Well, now it's on.
Full
Now
1
it's
minute?
less than 1 minute.
Are you sure? Again, you're doing some tricks, Jonathan?
No. I'm actually watching my watch here, and it's updated.
40 seconds to the bell.
But not just 40 seconds. Yeah, it is 40 seconds. Okay.
Wow.
Oh
I gotta
wow.
take
Okay.
that short if it's going up.
Come on, GU. All you have to do is just get. I'm looking at the 10-second chart here on TradingView, and there's momentum coming in here for GU. We got about 20 seconds left here. Let's see if we can get that last push to the upside. Probably not. It looks like it's
That
just
5 seconds is gonna gap up like.
okay. 10
ant-hips.
seconds left now. Oh wow. Okay. Is he gonna break out? Is he gonna close that 1 minute count? Got 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's over. Look at that. That was close. Okay, so what's the okay, we got 1,236 on Saul. What do you have, Michael?
No way.
bam, 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 bam.
Oh,
Okay, that was a shitty move.
oh
Wow.
wow. That
Wow.
is insane. I
Okay,
can't believe that. That's what I'm saying, Michael.
someone.
I gotta
is-
be honest though. That's a bit like cheating though. You should have showed your P&L, Saul.
And if I had held 10 more seconds, I would be killing it now. I would take
Yeah,
it from
GBP
normal
USD
trade.
just went up to that level right now, and it's actually just a couple seconds. Okay, how many accounts are we gonna give away for the 5ers then? Okay, well, are we gonna do 3? Because Michael did say that we're gonna give away. Can we give away maybe 20k bootcamp? Can we?
Yeah, we can. That was like a walk in the park, but
A walk in the park. What is he talking about?
yeah, let's do 3.
All right, so Michael, that was really fun. That was quite amazing. Very entertaining. I'm speechless here because right like on the I'm looking at TradingView on the 10-second chart, and 10 seconds, 20 seconds after closing those positions, it would have hit the TPs. All right, very very nice. Okay, now we know we're gonna do a rematch. Obviously, we need to do a rematch. I mean, Michael, you probably want a rematch, and next time we do a rematch, we have to think about the P&L. We're probably gonna be looking at hiding the P&L for both of you, so that none of you knows where you are, and we're not going to mention the P&L until it's actually over. However, that's going to be we're going to try that, because then it becomes a real competition. And I'm going to be logged in on both of your accounts. So I'm going to know the P&L, but you won't know, like the audience won't know. But
maybe what we can do, Jonatan, is we can focus on a certain section of the terminal where you see the positions, maybe the volumes, but not the P&L, not the actual entry, anything that you could deduce the P&L, but you still see some action for the people watching.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here, and we're going to do that little giveaway now. I thought it was going to do a traded pool giveaway, but apparently Saul is the better trader. So we're going to give away 3 3 20K bootcamp accounts. And I'm sorry, Michael, but I'm not going to force you to come on camera and say something like you had to do last time. But we have that recording, and I'm not going to play it, but we have it recorded. Just go back, look at that one. Basically, what Michael does, he comes up in camera and says like, "Okay, the 5ers, you're better traders than us, Forex, you know, all of that." So go check that one out. Still true to this date. Okay, let's draw the winners right here. 3 winners of a 20K bootcamp account. I'm going to be sending them out at the end of the live stream. All right, congratulations, guys. Make sure that you are subscribed to Trader Pool and the 5ers YouTube as well. Saul, Michael, thank you for joining here today. Let's see if we can plan in another session like this one. It would be really cool too, and I think the audience really liked it as well. And if you did like this, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe. Now that we're ending, you're going to get redirected to Trader Pool's live stream, and they're live right now. All right, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Any last
Great.
words?
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
That's great.
Bye.
We'll do another one.
All right. Take
Bye
care.
for now.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at the 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.